Hello. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat there. Curly. Hi, Curly. Happy hump day indeed. At least I hope somebody's getting humped. I hope somebody is getting humped. All right. They can hear me. Perfect. Just going to wait a few minutes. Not too long. Just going to wait a couple moments, see if some other folks want to hop in. Then we'll get into all the things. Happy Wednesday indeed. Hello, Jean. How are you? On this lovely, disgustingly warm December. Way too warm. Bipolar weather. Can never make its mind up. Be hot, we're gonna be cold, we're gonna be hot, we're gonna be cold. Yes, it was very cold here all last week. It was like 30s during the day, and then it was like, I don't know, got down to like the teens, I think, at night. And then today it's like back to 70. It's spring again. Constant bipolar weather. Hello, Tanisha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We will get started in just a minute. It'll be like 60 seconds. Wajita. 1990 and 1993. The good old days. Many, many moons ago, the 1990s. Excellent music. Excellent music. All right. Um, Without further ado, we will go ahead and jump into the festivities. And if people jump on, they jump on. If they don't, they don't. It's okay because I'll probably come back and grab this recording later, anyways. So this is essentially going to be reused one way or the other. So it doesn't really matter who's here or who's not. Um, there will be free reads tonight. I will not be on extremely long tonight. Um, but there are a few things that I am here to share with everybody. For those of you that are here, that are meant to hear, if not, it's okay. We will be, all that information will be recorded and re uploaded to my channel. So, the purpose of tonight, the first part of this evening, is essentially my big New Year's hoorah. Um, the culmination of 2025, the end of a very long 9-year cycle. And so, while I know that many of you here, you're here or probably here just to get your free reading, no problem with that. Um, my channel has and will always be more than just doing readings because I'm here to help empower you guys to the best of my ability and myself by leaving myself open to uh, to be used for divine guidance for myself and for those who were brought to this channel. You felt guided, you felt led, and now you're here. I trust that you're here for a reason. So we're all human, and we all experience similar things, even though our individual lives are unique to ourselves. We're also human, and we're all still going through collectively cycles. And we've all just finished a 9-year cycle. 2025, when you add it up, equals 9. And so, what this year has been about, I'm going to give you the big picture and the small picture really quick. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I've made other videos about this on my channel, but it's important. It's important to understand this now as we move into 2026 because we're going to be starting a whole new 9-year cycle. And the last thing that I would want you to do is to have to go through another 9 years of repeating potentially the same types of things that you potentially did not learn in the last 9 years, even though it might feel like, well, how is that possible? I'm 9 years older. Things have changed in my life. And of course, we're all going through crazy stuff, right? It wasn't that long ago. Um, I guess we're coming up on 6 years now. It seems like it was yesterday when the whole world was shut down due to coronavirus. And so that madness happened, right? But everything in life, there's seasons to everything. Nothing stays the same forever. And no season of life uh, remains forever. The Great Depression wasn't here forever. The world wars weren't here forever. 2020, the coronavirus wasn't here forever. Like no season of life, whether it's good or whether it's bad, no season of life is here forever. We all go through cycles and seasons of life. Now, the question is, have you learned? Have you learned and have you grown intentionally in the last 9 years? So, where were you in 2017 versus where you are today? And I have some questions here that I wrote, um, some notes that I made. But essentially, before we get into that, finish my thought. What you don't want to happen is assume that you just survived a potentially very difficult or transformational or heavy or intense 9 year, an ending period of this last 9 year cycle from 2017 until 2025. Now, what a lot of people are going to do is they're just going to move from 25 into 2026, and they haven't integrated. They haven't thought about it. They haven't stopped. They haven't been intentional. And essentially, what they're going to do is they're just going to repeat the same cycles, the same patterns, and have to learn the same lessons in the next 9 years of their life. And this is why most people never change, is because they're not aware of the patterns and the cycles and the things that are going on in their life. They might make small adjustments. And of course, there are certain things in our life that are always going to change because that's the only thing that is absolute in life. Change is the only absolute in life. That's the one thing in life that you can always bank on, is there's always going to be change no matter what. If you do nothing, change is going to happen. So the question is, do you want to be in control of the change in your life, or do you want change to control you, right? Do you want to be a powerful person? Do you want to be a powerless person? Do you want to be empowered, or do you want to be a slave? Do you want to be, do you want to be free, or do you want to be captive, or held captive rather? And so what I don't want, or what I don't wish for anyone, or what I wouldn't wish for anyone, is to have to repeat unnecessary trauma, unnecessary lessons, have to go around the mountain again, again, and again to learn the same thing that you could be learning now. And that's what these last 9 years have been here to teach you. And this year, specifically in 2025, is kind of like the quiz. It's the test at the end of the year. For those of you who can relate, like when I was in school, at the end of the year, you always had finals or you had exams, right? And your finals and your exams, if you pass them, that determined whether or not you got to go, whether you got to graduate, whether you got to go on to the next grade. And so that's where we are in 2025. This year is the year of your finals, the exams. You've had the last 9 years, you've been shown things. You've had experiences that were meant to teach you about who you are, why you're here, lessons, trials, challenges, blessings, all the experiences that you've had in the last 9 years, which are intended for you to learn and grow and integrate into who you are right now. And if you pass the test because you've integrated those lessons, then as you step forward into 2026, the next 9 years can be very powerful for you because you're maintaining the level of spiritual development that you're meant for, that you're intended for, which is again an act of intention. It's not going to happen on accident, and very, 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 very few people are going to succeed at this because very few people have that level of awareness, and that level of intention in a very hyper distracted, overstimulated world where we're hypnotized into Groundhog's Day. We're programmed by the Matrix and we're hypnotized into Groundhog's Day to just live the same cookie cutter life as everybody else, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, do the same thing, and then time flies. It's like, oh my God, it's already 2026. Here we are, and then what's going to happen is, you're going to go to sleep and you're going to wake up, and then it's going to be 4th of July 2026. You're going to go to sleep, you're going to wake up, and then it's going to be Christmas again of 2026. And your life is passing you by, and Eventually, something is going to happen. There will be a turning point in your life. Something is going to interrupt the hypnotic rhythm that you've been induced by, the lies, the matrix, just the unconscious living that you've been living, the way that you've been living unconsciously. Something is going to interrupt that. Something is either going to happen to you personally, or something is going to happen to someone or something around you that you care about. And it's a disruption, and that disruption is going to get your attention, or maybe it's a global thing that happens like 2020. 2020 got all of our attention. We couldn't ignore it. The whole world shut down. But something, some way, some shape, some form is going to happen to you to shake you up and try to awaken you to the reality of whether or not you are consciously living your life or not. And that's very important because you came here, whether you realize it or not, you're a spiritual being having a human experience, you're a form of consciousness. And the most the number one spiritual law of all laws is free will, because even the divine, even God won't violate your free will. So here you are, a spiritual being stuck inside of a human body in this sandbox world that you get to play around in, and you don't know how long you're going to be here, and you have free will. You get to decide what you make of it. You get to decide, you get to determine the meaning of everything. What does it mean? What does all of this mean? What does your life mean? What does your existence mean? You get to determine how far you go, what you get to experience, what's possible for you, what's not possible for you, what you'll do, what you'll experience. It's all in your hands. It's all in your hands. And so, what will you do? What will you do with the life that you've been given? And essentially, that's what years like 2025 are here to ask you. So, a year like 2025 is meant is a reflection, a reminder, a review, on top of the fact that it's a final exam. It's meant to grab your attention and say, hey, are you fulfilled with the life that you've been living? It's a moment where we look in the mirror, because 9 is the number of reflection. Because anything that you give to the number 9, it gives you the same thing back. If you add 1 to 9, you get 10, then you get 1 plus 0, you're back to 1. If you add 2 to 9, you get 11, 1 plus 1, you're back to 2. If you add 3 to 9, you're at 12, 1 plus 2, you're back to 3. If you add 9 to 9, you're at 18, 1 plus 8, you're back to 9. So 9 is the reflective year. It's a reflective energy. It's asking you to reflect upon your life, the last 9 years of your life, and especially taking into account the last 9 years of your life, this year specifically, all the way up to the present moment, because the now is what's most important than anything. The past is the past. The years have gone by are the years that have gone by. We can't go back to the past, and the future is not here yet. However, we're still being asked to review the past in a way, in an intentional way, to extract the knowledge, extract the knowledge from everything that we've learned up until this point, so that we can integrate it into our being, so that we can make changes, purposeful changes, meaningful changes to who we are and to who we want to be, so that we can get honest and real with ourselves in ways that most people aren't. Most people aren't going to get brutally honest with themselves about whether they're living a fulfilled life or not. And I'm not, when I say a fulfilled life, I don't mean a life that you're comfortable with. Comfort and fulfillment are two totally different things. You can be miserable and be comfortable. You can be empty and be comfortable. Comfort has nothing to do with fulfillment. Comfort is easy. Comfort is what every single human being what we come into this world, in my opinion, this is my opinion, and my opinion alone, comfort is the thing that we incarnate to overcome. Not all the time. There's times where we need to, obviously we need to rest, recuperate, relax, heal. I'm not saying that comfort is in and of itself evil, but most people are unconsciously seeking comfort and security and certainty for the entirety of their life. They're afraid to step out of their comfort zone. They don't even know what their comfort zone is because they don't know who they are. They don't know what's possible for them because they don't know who they are. And they're so distracted and so hypnotized by the Groundhog's Day life that they've been living that they have absolutely no idea just how unfulfilled and unhappy they are existing. And so most people are just existing without realizing that that's all that they're doing. Which takes me back to my point earlier, is that most people have to go through some type of major crisis in life to wake up to the fact that, oh my God, is this all that there is? Oh my God, like they have to have a wake up call. Something incredible has to happen and shake them up to pull them out of their hypnosis long enough to confront the fact that I'm not happy and I'm not fulfilled. And how could you be? How could you be happy? How could you be fulfilled when you weren't the one that was choosing your happiness or your fulfillment? You didn't choose that path. That path was chosen for you. Society told you who to be. Tradition told you who to be. Religion told you who to be. Your family told you who to be. Everything and everyone outside of you was telling you who you had to be and who you had to become. Your values, your beliefs, your self-worth, your self-esteem, everything was handed to you, programmed into you, conditioned into you. It was all poured into you. And most people don't have or most people don't even uh, go through something in their life that causes them to have to confront all the crap inside of them that was handed to them that wasn't theirs to begin with. So most people are walking around with programs and beliefs and values and experiences that are not their own. They were given to them by someone or something outside of them. And so you're just a mold and you're a name. Your name is Fred. Your name is, you know, Melissa. Your name is whatever your name is. And you're not the only person on this planet that has that name. Just like me. I'm Eddie. Eddie's just a name that my parents gave me. And when I was growing up, I was programmed to be a certain way, to think a certain way, to believe a certain thing. My parents tried to shape me in the image of them unconsciously, right? That's just human nature. But then you have other forces that come in from outside that try to shape you as well. Your friends try to shape you. Your teachers try to shape everyone who is unconsciously living is trying to shape you into being what they are because that's what creates more certainty. That's what creates more comfort. And so my point in saying all of this, I could go on and on and on forever about that, but my point in saying this is to understand that what you're what the closing out of this year is intended to do is for to bring all of us, every single one of us, the purpose of this year is for all of us to come into contact with our truth. It's to look in the mirror of our truth. I'm looking in the mirror of my truth. It's me against me. It's not me against anyone else. Because my fulfillment is an inside job, just like your fulfillment. The meaning and the purpose and the fulfillment that you get to experience in your life is an inside job. So it is for me. And that's what this year is reflecting. The energy of this year is asking us to go review the last 9 years of our lives and say, what have you learned? Are you happy? And then after you've done that, let's pull all of that energy back into this now moment and then let's go look in the mirror right now and see what's here. While we're still accounting for everything that's got us here. And so if you can go and you can look in, you can be 100,000% honest with yourself, and you can look yourself, metaphorically speaking, in the eye. If you can look at yourself in the mirror, and you genuinely 1,000% know that you're living a life of meaning and purpose and true fulfillment, then you're you're above the 1%. Because I seriously doubt that 1% of the population can honestly, genuinely say that. There's a lot of people out there that are faking it. They would have you believe it's more than 1%, because that's second part of the problem. If certainty is the first illness that we're all dealing with in humanity, significance is the second. The need to feel special, unique, good enough, proving our worth, so we can fake our meaning. We can fake having purpose. We can fake having fulfillment. We can put on our mask, pretend like we're doing it all right, like we're doing it with the best of the best. But the truth is, at the end of the night, we all go to sleep with the truth. And when your head hits that pillow at night, there's an inescapable truth that you cannot get away from. And it's not between anyone but you and you. And that's the emptiness that you feel, or the fulfillment you feel when you put your head on the pillow. Because there's one person that you're going to spend your entire life with, whether you like it or not, and it's you. So the question that 2025 brings to all of us is, how is the relationship going between you and you? How is the marriage, the relationship, whatever you want to call it, the friendship, or maybe the trauma bond, maybe the abusive relationship? Who knows? Who knows how you describe the relationship you have with yourself? But how is it going? However you describe, whatever the label is you have for that relationship for yourself, how is that relationship going? Because it's inescapable. You can bullshit your way through life. You can wear your mask. You can pretend, and you can act like everything is fine to everyone else. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what other people think. It can, you know, it's great. We can all, we're all great at it. At some point in our lives, every single one of us has bullshit our way through life. And we have presented ourselves in a way that was inauthentic to who it is that we really are and how we really feel on the inside. And we do it for lots of different reasons. And I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm just as human and just as guilty as anybody else. But true change, authentic change, is a choice. It's an act of intention. And what I hope, I'll just say this. What I hope for every single one of you, whoever hears or sees this, please, please, please hear my heart, not just my words. Because what I do here is, it's a to for me. I'm obviously, I can only speak for myself. It's a great act of service, because life is short. Even if you live a long life, life is short. And life is beautiful if you allow it to be beautiful. And every single one of you all have a story. You all have overcome and have endured some type of pain at various levels, various degrees. You all are unique. You're all special. And I don't mean this in some cheesy blow smoke up your ass kind of way, like everyone gets a prize, but you are all special, every single one of you. You're unique. You're a fractal of the divine, of God, source, the creator, and you're here, and you chose to be here. Whether you believe that or whether you don't, that's fine. I'm not here to change anyone's beliefs, but you chose to be here because you are here. And because you're here, it means that you're needed, whether you realize that or not. And sometimes what we don't understand or what we miss out on in life is that oftentimes we are the ones that need us the most. And so for some of you, that's what I would invite you into, a place of giving yourself permission to allow yourself to be needed within yourself, that you have needed you more than anybody else has needed you. And maybe that's what 2025 was here to reflect back to you. It's like, hey, you know what? I have been denying myself because I've been so focused on other people, focused on things outside of me. But it's time for me to start treating myself as something valuable, as something special, as something unique. And for others of you, maybe that's not been your challenge. Maybe you've had a different challenge. But you're no less needed and you're no less valuable. But life is short. And it's way too fucking short to be living glass half empty. Way too short to be living glass half empty. And it's way too short to not live at least knowing to the best of your ability for where you are in your growth, because growth is infinite. No one's ever going to be perfect at it. No one's ever going to achieve the ultimate euphoric level of whatever the fuck that is. No one does. Even Jesus himself said that we would all see and do greater things than even he did. And he's supposed to be one of the OG spiritual masters of all times. Like nobody's out mastered the OGness of Jesus, right? And yet he called us. He called out to other people, future generations, saying that I'm not it. I'm not the end all be all. That there would come other people, not just a person, not a spiritual guru, not another Buddha, not another Jesus, not another cult leader that we're supposed to follow, but every human being, potentially, if they could find the potential within them, if they could hear the message of these spiritual masters who have all basically taught and said the same thing, that the kingdom of heaven is within you, meaning your fulfillment, your desires, your purpose, what you're here for. You're not just here to go through the fucking cookie cutter vicious cycle of life, that you're just working and slaving your ass off to make a paycheck, trying to get by, just waiting for the next break, just so that you can feel good, just so you can get your Starbucks, just so it's like, man, if I can just get through, if I can just get to work on time, if I can just pay my bills, if I can just, if everything can just, if I can just survive. And then what, you die? That's it? It's just life is just this cruel joke. You just came here just to survive and die, and that's it. And for a lot of people, that's potentially the reality they'll experience because they partnered with it. They partnered with that belief. They came into agreement with that energy, that frequency, and so they never outgrow it. But our spiritual masters didn't believe that that was the the fate of humanity because there's something greater inside of every single one of you, and it's called God, it's called the source, the universe, infinite love, infinite intelligence, whatever word you want to put to it, the divine is inside of you, and it's one with you because you are it and it is you, but you have free will, and your free will affords you the opportunity to decide to make of it what you will or what you won't, to believe what you will or to believe what you won't, how much power you have and how much power you don't have. Free will is the duality of the experience of life. It is duality. And you get to choose which side of duality that you're on. As above, so below, so with as within, so without. What do you choose? Do you choose to be a powerful person? Do you choose to be a powerless person? Do you choose to integrate and grow and evolve? Or do you choose to stay asleep in the matrix? Who are you? Who will you become? That's what this year is about. And it's important for us to be sober about the reality of this energy because the next 9 years are taking us in a direction that we've never been before. All of humanity's never been before. It's a totally different. It's something that we've never seen. We've never been there. And I'm not saying that, you know, to be like dramatic or to terrify anybody. It's just, you know, that's where we're at in humanity. That's the speed and that's the pace of how things are going. And it's not going to stop. Technology is not going to stop. Progression's not going to stop. This this escalator that's moving in within humanity and within the collective, it's been chosen. And so a lot of people are excited about it and they embrace it, and other people not so much. So where are you? Where are you within you, knowing how fulfilled you are in your life? Because if you haven't resolved that, if you haven't answered these questions within you, then you're just going to get the same form of the same trials, the same lessons, and the same obstacles within the next 9 years of your life. They're just going to come in a different form because you're a little bit older, or you're not in the same job, you're not with that same person anymore. But they're going to show up. It's the same lesson, just dressed differently. And so what I'm saying is it's unnecessary for you guys to have to go through that if you don't want to. And that's just the bare minimum. So if that's the bare minimum, then what's the best? Well, the best outcome would be for you, for all of us, to understand the power of our divinity and to connect to that spark within us that gives us a sense of meaning and purpose and fulfillment, where now we are the manifestors, we are the magicians, the alchemists of our lives. And those are just fancy words for saying that we understand that we have a power, a divine power within us, where if we embrace and embody that power authentically and we use it for the good of ourselves and the good of the collective, then whatever it is that's inside of us, whatever your heart's desire is within reach, because you have a heart's desire for a reason. The things that you desire are a part of an energy and a frequency that you carry because those are the experiences you came here to have. So if you have a desire to for something inside of you, the reason you have that desire is because there's a part of you that knows that you came here to experience having it. So if you're not having it, if you're not experiencing it, if you're not living that life, or you're not acquiring the things that you're looking for, whether it's love, whether it's money, whatever it is, whatever's missing in your life, and you all have questions because you're all here for a free reading, which means that you have a question about something. And the reason you have a question about something is because you either have guidance or you just want knowledge or direction or something. There's something that you don't have, which is my point. My point is saying the reason that you're here is because there's something that you don't have, whether it's knowledge, whether it's something tangible, who knows? And you're wanting guidance, you're wanting knowledge, you're wanting information about that thing. And whatever that thing is important enough to you, it's valuable enough to you that you would be here to ask about it. Because people aren't asking about things that aren't valuable. No one's coming here asking about their what they threw out in their trash. No one's coming here tonight asking the tarot reading like what happened to my garbage bag? Like when the garbage man comes and gets my trash and runs off with it, what happened to my trash? What happened to that wrapper that I threw in my garbage can last week? Like whatever happened to that wrapper? Where did it go? I wonder what it's doing right now. Or like did it go to a landfill? Did it get burned up? Like no one's thinking about the wrapper from in their garbage, right? Like no one comes to you here asking that question. You're here asking a question for because it's something that's valuable to you. And so the purpose of this year, the final, the end, no matter where you are, no matter where you've come from, as you're closing, as we all approach the end of 2025, no season lasts forever. Whether this has been a good year for you, whether it's been an average year for you, whether it's been the worst year of your life, whether it's been the best year of your life, no season lasts forever. And this season is coming to a close. But don't be fooled. Don't be fooled in thinking that just because the energy of this year is closing out, if you're not consciously aware of what this energy was meant to teach you so that you could integrate it and become what you're needing to become from whatever it is that you were meant to learn, then as you step into the next 9-year cycle, you're just going to have to relearn those lessons all over again. And it's unnecessary. So, that's what this year has been about. And that's essentially what we're all looking at moving into the next 9-year cycle. It's all dependent upon, it's a fork in the road. What you've taken away from the last 9 years up to this point in time, what you've learned, what you haven't learned, what you're willing to integrate, what you're willing to own, what you're willing to be accountable for, and the person that has been shaped as a result of all that you've gone through the last 9 years up until this point. It's critical. It's the most critical time ever in your life. More critical than any other time in your life. Because the you that you can become if you choose moving into the next 9 years could change everything in ways that you cannot possibly imagine, which includes you receiving and manifesting the things that you've been hoping for, dreaming, dreaming of, desiring. All those things are included in that. But those things are just the sugar on top. It's the icing on the cake. Because what most people are missing is that the true gift is who you are and who you become within yourself. It's it goes back to what I was saying. The relationship that you have with you is the real gift. Because when you find the pathway to inner fulfillment, when you no longer need anything outside of yourself to be happy, to be fulfilled, and fulfillment and happiness are two different things, by the way. Happiness is a fleeting emotion. We're not happy all the time, we're not sad all the time. Fulfillment has nothing to do with whether you're happy or whether you're sad. Just like sometimes you're sleepy, sometimes you're more awake. Has nothing to do with the level of fulfillment inside of your soul. Right? Sometimes you needed more sleep, sometimes you wake up and you have tons of energy. Your level of energy has nothing to do with the amount of fulfillment that you experience inside of your soul. Just like happiness and sadness and all of those emotions have nothing to do with it either. So when you get to a place where you're having a relationship with yourself, where fulfillment, your fulfillment, your the fulfillment with you when you have nothing else, you have no one else, you don't have all the things, your life doesn't look the way that you think that it should look. All of your items, all of your checklist, your bucket list, your vision board, all your heart's desires, all the things you've been dreaming of, you don't have any of those things. All you have is you. The one thing that you're going to have the rest of your life. It's the one thing that you had when you came into this life, and it's the one thing you'll have for the rest of your life. You will always be with you, and you will always have you. You're never going to be able to get away from you. So I would dare to say that life, more than anything else, is about the relationship that you have with yourself. Because fulfillment certainly is, in my opinion. Because if you can't be fulfilled by being yourself, by being within yourself and relating to yourself and experiencing yourself, then in my personal opinion, you're fucked. Because now you've given all your power away to the lies of thinking that, well, I'll never be fulfilled unless something outside of me or someone outside of me or some force outside of me makes me fulfilled. And that's where most people live their life because they don't know who they are. And because if we're brutally honest, the relationship that we have to ourselves, the thoughts that we think about ourselves, what we believe about ourselves, and most people are not very nice things. Most people don't like themselves. Most people are extra critical of themselves. Most people beat the living shit out of themselves. Most people hate themselves, or at least hate things about themselves. Most people do not believe that they're good enough. Most people do not believe that they're lovable enough. Most people have a negative self view on top of all the other shit that they've probably gone through, all the other trauma, all the other comparisons, and all the other human things that we do to further criticize, demean ourselves, hate ourselves, and basically shit on ourselves. That's most people. And it's a collective agreement, it seems, that most people they just accept it without question. Why? Why do we accept it? Why do we accept negativity so easily? And why do we reject positivity so forcefully? Doesn't make sense, does it? Where did that come from? Who came up with this shitty belief system that we're all apparently affected by, most of the population anyway? Who came up with this theory? Who came up with this idea? And why are we all on board with it? Why are we all okay with it? Why are we all drinking that Kool-Aid? And what do we get? What do we get from it? What do we get out of it? It's certainly not making us happy. It's certainly not giving us fulfillment. And it's certainly not getting us closer to our achievements, our goals, or the things that we desire. So why the fuck are we so invested in it? Why are we so invested in this negativity of self? I don't know. Perhaps that's a question, another question for another day. So I'm going to take these off. For anybody looking for any last minute Christmas gifts, some uh, shameless self promotion here. Anybody that's dealing with relationship issues, there's links in the description box for my book. This is the manual for relationships. If you're struggling in your relationships, or you know anybody that's struggling in relationships, this would be a great gift. This is my new book that I just released literally this past week. If you're trying to figure out what the meaning and purpose is in your life, and you're struggling or have been struggling to figure out what the meaning and purpose is in your life, this is also a great book. Both books are about a little over 400 pages. So, you know, I spared no expense on either one. So there's that. All the information for those are in the description box below if you are interested. All right. So, what uh, I have some collective messages here beyond everything that just came out of my mouth, and then we'll move right into the free readings. So, collective messages have to do with everybody, all of you, potentially. So, this is for all of us, myself included. I'm just going to get a few messages here. After I know that was a lot of heavy, intense, all the shit that just came out of me that I wasn't really planning on saying, but you know, I'm just the messenger. All right, so for those of you who have been you've been focused on love and romance. So here's some messages that may resonate with you, they may not resonate with you. And this is kind of a crapshoot here. All right, so we have, for some of you, not all of you, but some of you, we have separation here. And I'm just going to read the card. Even though we're not together right now, our separation is only temporary. We've already had so many lifetimes together, and we have so many more to come. So for those of you who have been in separation or are separated with somebody, this could be a separation that you're aware of, or it could just simply be you have not met this person yet. Either way, you're what's the word? You have unfinished business with this person. All right, journey. I see a journey in our future. Is this how we'll meet? We have this travel card over here. I want to experience the world with you. We have so much to explore, but this is also saying that some of you might meet a person while you're traveling, or you might meet somebody who lives at a distance from you. These are all just little clues. That's all they are. Mastery. At this phase in my life, I'm focused on honing my craft and refining the skills that will help me to fulfill my purpose. Yeah, so for some of you, you're either with somebody or apart from somebody, or you're going to meet somebody, and this is what they're focused on right now. They're focused on finding what their purpose is in life. Mistaken. I'm not the person who is in your life right now. Have you mistaken the wrong person for your soulmate yet? So for some of you, were wrong about somebody. You thought somebody was the person. You thought that person was going to be the person, and they weren't the person. So, and then we have aware. I worked hard on becoming the best version of myself. I'm ready for a healthy relationship with my soulmate. Now, for a lot of you, maybe you've been doing the work. You've been pouring lots of work into yourself so that you can become the person that is in alignment with the person that you desire to attract. Distance. Though we are experiencing life in different locations right now, we are still so connected all the time. So, again, this could be somebody that you know or somebody that uh, you haven't met yet. We have the one. I'm the person who can understand you in a way that no one else can. So this is just a clue saying that, when you meet the person that's right for you, they'll make you feel like they actually understand you, and they'll get you in a way that nobody else has ever got you before. And that will be one of the telling signs that stands out about that person versus everybody else who came before them. And you'll feel it as long as you're in an alignment with yourself. And this is why it's so important for all of you to take your spiritual and personal development seriously, because the difference between what mainstream personal development is and spiritual development is, and I would even say mainstream spirituality, is that all of these systems and all these things, they focus way too much on what you're thinking. It's mindset instead of what you're feeling. And that is the number one problem in Western culture, at least. Now, Eastern cultures are probably very different, but over here in the West, where we intellectualize way too much and we're disassociated from feelings and emotions. And so when we start to experience things in our body, the subtle things, the subtle emotions and things that we feel, those are the answers, the yes and no answers that are the small and subtle whispers of our intuition. And I mean that applies to everyone, because your body's always telling you. Your feelings and your emotions are just messengers. People misunderstand feelings and emotions for things that they are and that they're not. And it could be one of two extremes. They could over identify with their feelings, or they could under identify with their emotions and feelings. And the reality is that they're just messengers, right? Feelings and emotions, they come and go. Feelings are not necessarily facts, but they're messages. And so that makes them very important, because we can't ignore the messages, right? So it's very important to pay attention to how you feel and the subtle sensations of things, especially when you're most neutral. And that's what emotional mastery is about, is learning to get to a place where you spend most of your time regulating your emotional state so you can be in a neutral place, so that when those subtle hints come from, those little flashes come to you, wherever you are and whatever decisions you're making, whatever environment you find yourself in, that's your intuition giving you feedback about the environment or the decisions or the choices of the people that you're around. And so you'll know. You'll know if something's good for you. You'll know if something's bad for you. You know what the truth is, right? That's where the saying comes from. Uh, your intuition will never lie. Your gut never lies, or whatever that is, right? So, anyways, growth. Don't feel like you have to be perfect for me. You've already done a lot of self work, and our relationship will be an opportunity to grow together. Familiar, whether virtually or in person, we've already met. So some of you guys, you've already met somebody that potentially something could be taking form for you moving forward. Attraction, you're going to like what you see when you meet me because I'm exactly your type. So this is talking about what's coming up for you guys in the future in that regard. All right. So these are for more like your goals, your money, your career, all that kind of stuff. And then I'm just going to take a quick look at kind of like a few energies of what we all need to potentially surrender to. And then we're going to get straight into the readings. All right, so love. Love is the greatest of successes on the path to prosperity. Who can fully experience abundance without it? So, yeah, for many of you, love is on the horizon. Influencer. You have just the right combination of qualities to connect with an audience, inspire change, and create positive impact. So, whether you do that at your job, as a boss, as a leader, as a parent, I mean, you'll have to take that language and that wording, maybe not so literal, but basically it's saying that you have a purpose. Part of your purpose is your ability to connect with people and create impact as a result of the connection you have with them. Innovate. With the right inspiration, you can bring a novel approach to almost anything. What can you innovate to contribute towards making the world a better place? So, yeah, a lot of you guys, innovators or thinkers, you have ideas that are locked up inside of you, and the divine wants those ideas to come alive. It's trying to say, hey, you have this idea and you've been holding on to it for a long time, and you've been talking yourself out of, for whatever reason, not taking action towards these ideas that you have, whatever your ideas are. Like I can't do it, or it's not the right time, I don't know enough, I don't know how, like whatever's been holding you back from these ideas, the divine is saying, just trust. You just need to take action and let the pieces start to unfold. Like your action is an act of faith. Faith isn't I know everything that's going to happen. I know how it's going to happen. Faith is basically just your ability to embrace uncertainty. That's what faith is. Faith is you believing in something that you have no absolutely clue how it's going to happen, and yet you're moving towards that thing despite the fact that you don't know how it's going to happen. It's your ability to embrace uncertainty. That's what faith is. And so, basically, if you have these ideas inside of you, whatever they are, the divine is saying, hey, green light. This year is going to be the year. We're moving into 2026. It's a 1 year. And the 1 year is all about new beginnings, new cycles, the birth of things. It's all the aces in tarot, which are all the beginnings, the potential, the seeds, if you will, of something. And so you've came into this life and you have these ideas now within you that could be transformational for you, transformational for other people. Who knows what could happen? And it's time to let those things come out of you. It's time to create those things. It's time to plant those seeds. It's part of your purpose. It's part of your fulfillment, right? Self-care. If you want to live like royalty, start treating yourself like you're royalty. Yeah, this goes back to everything that I was saying at my big long rant. This year is all about, more than anything else, and perhaps even life more than anything else, it's about the relationship that you have to yourself. Because you're going to spend your whole life with you. You're stuck in a relationship with you, whether you like it or not, because you're stuck with you. So if you hate yourself and you don't like yourself, then that means you're just stuck in a lifelong relationship with someone that you hate and you don't like. But you're going to go to sleep with you every night. There's no divorcing you. There's no getting away from you. There's no running away from you. There's no avoiding you. You're stuck with you. And so this card is basically saying, just like this year and the last 9 years, everything that I said earlier, how are you doing with you? And can you be honest with that? And then at the bottom, we have a really cool card, financial freedom. When you are financially free, I don't know, maybe one of you might win that $1 billion lottery that's out here. When you are financially free, your lack of money no longer defines the limitations of your life. So basically saying that some of you have the ability to be financially free, whatever that means for you. Um, but again, this is all dependent upon, I mean, we're talking in the realms of possibilities here. So all these things that are just little clues here about some things that, you know, that are potentially meaningful for all of you. So let's take a look really quick at collectively what some of us or most of us need to think about closing out while we're closing out the cycle of closing things out. What's left? What's left for the collective here? For those of you that are going to watch this and hear this message, all right, let's start with this one. Surrender to what is. This is very powerful. I'm glad that this is the first card. Very powerful. Uh, get these. All right. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it exactly as it is will bring you peace. So for many of you, this entire year, or maybe even the last 9 years, it just really depends on the person that resonates with this. This is where your power lies. It's finally just accepting that person for who they are, not who you thought they would be, not the potential you saw in them, not who they never became, not what you thought would happen. You know, it's just accepting. For some of you, it's accepting loss. For some of you, it's accepting betrayal. For some of you, it's accepting you're never going to get closure from that person. You're never going to get an apology from that person. That person's never going to understand you the way that you wish that they would understand you. For some of you, you're never going to know. For some of you, it could be a different challenge, a different struggle. Maybe it's not a relationship. Maybe it's not a person. Maybe it's not family. Maybe it's an internal thing. It's just some part of you that you keep wrestling with, and the divine's saying, well, when you stop wrestling with that part of you, you start beating yourself up over that part of you, or whatever that thing is that you keep having this issue with yourself. What you resist persists. You keep resisting, or you keep fighting with this part of yourself. So what would happen if you just accepted it? What if there was a more empowering meaning than the meaning that you've given it? Maybe this part of you that you've been struggling with isn't so evil, isn't wrong, it isn't bad. Maybe you've just made it wrong. Maybe you've made it evil. Maybe you just have misunderstood it for for what it is. And if you explored it in a different way, you would discover what its superpower is. And if it's got a superpower, then that must mean that there's some part of it that's meant for good. You just haven't been able to see it because you've already framed it and you've already defined it as something bad. Maybe that's what it is. Who knows? For others of you, maybe it's just been external forces, challenges. Maybe you've just had a difficult year and it's like, look, to be honest with you, Eddie, I swear to God on my soul, I've done everything that I can do. I've maximized my effort. I've done everything. I've literally been trying with all my strength, all my might to do my best. And no matter how hard I try, no matter what I seem to do, it's just been like thing after thing after thing after hard thing after hard thing after hard thing. And so maybe you're being asked to surrender that. Maybe you're being asked to surrender to the fact that despite the fact that you know you were doing everything that you knew to do, you weren't getting a result. There's a lesson in all of this. There's always a treasure and a pile of shit. There's always a treasure and a pile of shit. And it can be hard because sometimes we go through things in life that are very challenging and the lessons or the treasures are not apparent in the moment. But if we persist and if we really want to know the truth, which is what I talked about in the last live just a few days ago when I came on here, if you want to know the truth will find you, but you have to want it. And the truth will set you free, but you have to want it. If you really, really want to know the truth and you're open to it and you mean it with every fiber of your being, no matter how brutal the truth is, it'll set you free, but you have to mean it. If you really want the truth, the answers will come to you. It's just a lot of people don't want to know the truth because they're afraid. They're afraid of what the truth is going to expose, usually within themselves, which goes back to the whole thing that I was talking about, us having a relationship with ourselves. Most people are afraid to find out what the truth is about themselves because what they believe about themselves, they believe it so adamantly. They believe that they're a piece of shit, that they're terrible, they're not good enough. They believe it so deeply that they're afraid that if they ask for the truth is going to come back and say, hey, you're right. You're not good enough. You are a piece of shit. You'll never be lovable. No one's ever going to want you. You're going to be a failure for the rest of your life. You're going to be stuck and screwed and you're never going to get what you want. Some people believe that stuff so deeply that they're afraid to ask for the truth because they're afraid that the truth is going to come back and agree with them and say, you're right. You're never going to have it. When that's not the truth, that's just a selective truth. They've chosen one possibility amongst infinite possibilities. They've chosen one meaning amongst a million meanings. There's millions of other meanings you could have given to yourself and to what's possible for you, but you chose that one. And then you emotionally invested in it. You identified with it, so therefore you became it. But if you want to know the real truth, you have to mean it. So, surrendering to what is. Sometimes the path out and the path through, the path forward is just letting go. It is what it is. And there, for now, at least for now, maybe not forever, there's nothing more to gain. There's nothing more to learn, there's nothing more to gain. The lesson, paradoxically speaking, for many, the lesson is just simply being okay with the fact that it is what it is. I accept it. And that part of us that wants closure, that needs meaning, that needs to understand, which again, it's a paradox. It's contradicting everything that I just said about, if you want to know, you can ask. But for sometimes, the paradox of that, the flip side of that is you're not meant to know. And for those of you that aren't meant to know, that just means that the divine is teaching you to embrace uncertainty, discomfort, and uncertainty, meaning learning how to be comfortable when life is uncertain. Can you be uncomfortable in the unknown? Can you be uncomfortable in the uncertain? Can you be uncomfortable just existing, or not uncomfortable, but can you be comfortable rather? Catch myself. Can you be comfortable in the discomfort of the unknown, of not having it all figured out, not having closure, not having the answers, not knowing what's next, not knowing how you're going to do something, not knowing how something's going to resolve or move forward or whatever the question is? Surrender to what is. All right? Surrender your belief in scarcity. Pretty straightforward. Scarcity could be anything. Scarcity in love, scarcity in health, scarcity in capacity, scarcity in ability, scarcity in finances, scarcity in opportunities, scarcity in longevity, all scarcity. Surrender to the belief of all scarcity. You cannot be a divine being who has access to infinite intelligence when you are literally the fractal of a fractal of the divine having a human experience. You're a spiritual fractal of God having a human experience and scarcity to exist. Scarcity is a belief, it's a paradigm. It's something that we're handed. It's a program. Now, obviously, it's easier said than done because I'm just as human and I struggle with this too. So it applies to me. But again, I'm just the messenger. So the card says the universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. Surrender to spirit. This is the answer to all of this, by the way. Everything tonight. If you forget anything that I say tonight, even what the reading that you get, just remember this one card. And I really do sincerely mean this. Just remember this one card. Screenshot it, pause the video, come back later, pause the video, screenshot it. Just save this card. Make it the background on your phone. Make it the background on your computer or somewhere. Just save this card. This is the answer to everything. Surrender to spirit. Once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine and let spirit work its magic for you. And then lastly, we have these two cards. We have surrender to play and surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. Now, isn't that interesting? A lot of self coming out tonight here. The relationship that you have with yourself, that's been a recurring theme tonight so far. And here it is again. Surrender the outdated beliefs about yourself. In other words, the bullshit that you've been believing about yourself that you know is not real. And if you don't know that it's not real, then I'm telling you that it's not real. And you know what the bullshit is because it's the shit that you tell yourself all the time that makes you feel like shit. Surrender it. It's not true. And if you need to know for yourself or discover for yourself that it's not true, then just buy this book and go through this book seriously and intentionally go through this book. Read every page intentionally, answer every question honestly, and you'll find out why those beliefs about yourself are bullshit. And you'll replace those with better beliefs and you'll become a badass. Surrender to play, which we all need to do more of. Take a break from overthinking a goal. Do something fun. Play is a time of recreation and rejuvenation. So basically, it's just the divine saying, hey, look, some of you guys, not all of you, but some of you, the things in life that you think are so serious are not so serious. In other words, the divine is saying, some of you are taking life way too serious. Now, conversely, I'm sure we could say the flip side is true. Some of you are probably not taking life seriously enough. But that's not what's out here on the table. What's out here on the table is the divine saying some of you are taking life way too fucking serious. You're treating your problems like they're the end of the world. They're not the end of the world. Like some of you guys have first world problems that you're treating like cataclysmic end of the universe problems. The divine is saying, look, be like a child. There's an innocence in a child. There's innocence and a power to being childlike at times. And of course, there's obviously times we don't need to be childlike. We definitely need to be an adult, and we definitely need to make adult decisions. But this is more about an energy, a vibe, right? Than talking about responsibilities of life. Because those things are not going to go away. Like the older you get, then the more responsibilities that you're going to assume. It's just part of life. So what this is talking about is really more how to access this untapped energy that most of us have that's alive inside of all of us. It's that creativity, the imagination, the childlikeness, the play, right? And we have access to it anytime we want if we choose. It doesn't matter what's going on in your life. Someone locks you up and threw you in a jail cell and you had nothing. You could entertain yourself if you wanted to just through your imagination. You could visualize, you could imagine, you could go places, you could travel, you could create, you could do anything just from your imagination. Music is there, art is there, sensuality is there, desire is there. You could be literally locked up in a cell with access to nothing. Nothing but your spirit and your imagination. And if you utilized it, it could be an incredible vacation. Now, obviously, that's an extreme illustration, but my point is still the same. Every single one of you has access to this playful energy, and the divine is saying, hey, especially those of you who've been through a very difficult last 9 years, or maybe this year specifically has been very hard, it's time to play. Like, you know, give yourself a break. It's like, well, like give yourself a vacation. It's like, well, if you can't go on a literal vacation, go on a metaphorical vacation. Maybe you just need to get in your bath, or whatever your thing is. Create something. All right, enough of that. Um, some final thoughts from me. Final thoughts. 2025 in review. Final, super final thoughts. Wait, these go here? Yeah, these go here. Put the right cards in the right place. Resolving the past. What was 2025 about? 2025 was about resolving the past for many of you. What in your past has or has not been resolved? What do you want? What do you really want? It's so interesting to me how when I ask people what they want, a lot of people, they can't answer it. A lot of people truly don't know what it is that they really want with a degree of clarity. People will say, "Oh, well, I want to be more happy." They say, "Well, I want more money." But these are vague in general. They're not specific. They can't tell you what would make them happy. They can't tell you how much money, that they want more money. Well, how much more money do you want? You know? Like, so you have not because you ask not, as one of our great spiritual masters said in the good book. What do you want? Clarity is key. Clarity is a key to manifestation. It's a key. It's a key to life. And if you lack clarity around your desires, that's something maybe to explore. Why? Why are you afraid to ask? Why are you afraid to have clarity around something that would make you fulfilled? What's been missing is the next question. What's been missing in your life or the last 9 years? At the end of this year, what's been missing for you? What's been missing in the last 9 years? What's been missing inside of you? What's been missing outside of you? What's been missing that really matters? Not what's been missing that's bullshit. Not superficial things. And last but not least, what have you learned? What have you truly learned this year? And if you had to look just to summarize the last 9 years of your life from 2017 till now, what are like the top 3 things that you've learned? And then this year specifically, what have you learned? You know? And for those of you who you feel like you need more guidance, which some you might, I don't know, you can come here to my website. Here's the website. It's dreamoutloud.center/downloads. It'll take you to this page of my website. And you just come right down here and you're going to see a place to enter in your name and your email address. You hit submit, and then you're going to be taken to this free download. And it's probably over 100 different questions, all kinds of questions that you can ask yourself, you can sit with. And they're just questions. They're just for you to reflect on, to really help you understand who you are, what your purpose is, what you should be learning. It's completely free. All you had to do is go to my website right here, dreamoutloud.center/downloads, put in there, put your information in, just hit submit. It's going to take you to this Google Drive page and you can download it straight to your phone, straight to your computer. It's completely free. And you can share it with people if you want. And then, of course, the other tabs are there. All my other stuff is there too. So, but that's that. We're not going to talk about that. So, we're going to get into the free readings now. That's what you guys are here for. So, hopefully, all of that stuff is giving you guys some things to think about in terms of the last 9 years of your life and this year specifically. And hopefully, something in all of that is very thought provoking for you all in a way that will lead and guide you into the new year with even just a little more clarity than maybe you had before you came here tonight. And if I have accomplished that, then I have completed and accomplished my mission tonight. So with that being said, we are going to move into the free readings. If I'm not going to be on super late tonight, so this is not going to be an all-nighter. If you so these will be quicker reads than what you guys are probably used to. If you're here, if you've been here before, you know how I usually do my readings. So these are going to be more quick than not. If you would like to donate, just skip the line. If you have a pressing question and you don't want to wait, you can donate. And if you would like an in-depth reading, you would prefer a longer reading tonight, you can donate for that as well. Otherwise, I will be working off the free list. Thank you, Gene, for creating the list for me. And I'll just be going straight into the free list there. And that's what we'll be doing. Let me get my got to get my things up here. Nope. Come on. Where are we at? There we go. All right. So who do we have first? Curly. That's right. People already left. Well, that's fine. It's free. They left. They left. They give up their spot. Give up their spot. Curly, if you are here, you can ask your question. If not, then we will move on to or I'm sorry, if 123 is here. 123 release. I don't know. I guess we just hopped right over that. Or maybe I didn't see it. So if 123 is not here, Curly. If Curly's not here, then Gene, obviously it's you, my friend. So maybe we should just do a quick roll call. Who is actually here? If you are here and you want a reading, make your presence known in the chat and I will wait. If you are here and you would like a free reading, make your presence known in the chat, please. Gina is here, of course. Gina and Jean. Uh, Janvik? Genovic? Andrea is here. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for responding. Just making sure here. All right. All right. So there's a few people still here. All right. Okay. So 123 is here. All right. So I'll do 123, and then Gene, I will circle back to you, my friend. I would like to know what is coming towards me pertaining to my love life. Curly is here as well. Okay, so Curly is here. So now you guys are coming back. All right. All right. I'm gonna check y'all now. Y'all getting all quiet over there. I would like to know what it is coming what's coming towards me in my love life. Okay, 123 for your love life. All right. Well, you definitely have some. I don't know what your relationship status is now. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming that you're waiting for somebody to come towards you. In other words, I'm assuming that you're single. And if you're single, then you have something to be excited for. You have somebody coming towards you, definitely. It may not be super quick, but you do have somebody. You do have somebody coming towards you here. Hold on. Everybody's getting a surrender card tonight. Everybody. All right, so here's what's coming up for you. So you got the Four of Swords. So this is you basically waiting. There's two energies attached to this. One of the energies for is about you waiting, being patient here. We have patience over here that just clarified. And I didn't see that card was there. So you have patience here and patience is there. And a little bit of patience over here with the Seven of Pentacles as well. So the divine is saying, as you step forward into the new year, and I'm not a fortune teller, so I can't tell you when, but coming into the new year, coming up for you in the new year, you do have love. You do have a romantic interest. Um, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So really quick, I said there was two energies attached to this Four of Swords. Energy one is patience, clarified by the patience card here. Energy number two is there's still some things going on within you, my friend, that you need to some stuff that basically you need to work on, for lack of better words. Some things, some preparation work, if you will. Okay. Um, this person, they're going to be fair. So this somebody who's going to be equally invested with you, and that's energy is here twice. We got the Six of Pentacles and the Seven of Pentacles. So this is somebody who, you know, they're gonna match your effort basically, and they're gonna see the investment here. They're gonna see you as an investment with the Seven of Pentacles, and all of these. So these two cards are clarified by the spark energy that we have here. So this energy is basically when you meet this person, you guys got a lot of chemistry here, and you can't make this up. There's chemistry right there, and I didn't see that card there either. So, that's like double or triple confirmation. However, however, the silver lining in all of this. Now, just really quick, we have the magician here. There's two energies attached to this magician card. Basically, this is something you manifested, whether you realize you manifested it or not. However, there's also a level of responsibility that comes with our manifestations. So, and this is the thing that people don't understand. It's like because we're not aware that we're manifesting all the time. And so, whether you intentionally put this out to the universe, whether you intentionally try to manifest this person or not, there's a level of responsibility that's going to come with it. It's just like if you go and you get a dog, right? Or you buy an animal, you buy whatever, you go to the pet store and you buy an animal, whatever the animal is, a bird, a dog, a cat, whatever. There's a level of responsibility and care that comes with having that animal. Like you have to know how to take care of it. You have to know what kind of food to give it. If it's a dog, you got to take it out for a walk. If it's a cat, it's going to at least need a litter box. If it's a bird, then it's got its cage, whatever, right? So there's an energy here of saying that there's a level of awareness and responsibility that comes with this person. And you need to understand that now because this is what most people don't understand is they'll attract that thing into their life. And it's kind of like that old saying goes, be careful what you ask for, you might get it. And that's not here to be in a negative saying, but even a good thing, a warning can come with a good thing in the sense of if you're not ready for the thing that's been given to you, then you will mismanage the thing that was given to you. And so you don't want to mismanage this. You want to be ready to receive the blessing because you're ready. It's like, yes, I'm ready for a dog. I know how much work, I know how effort it takes. I know I'm gonna have to walk it, I'm gonna have to feed it. I know that I can't just leave it at home. It's not a cat that's self-sufficient, who's got a litter box and it can eat when it wants to eat and it can use a litter box. It's like, no, it's a dog. The dog's gonna need to be let out. So you can't just disappear for 3 days and leave the dog at home by itself, right? So there's a level of responsibility that comes with this blessing. So that's that energy. Now, here's the problematic area. And this goes back to the Four of Swords, meaning there's some things still going on inside of you that the divine wants to address inside of you so that you're fully prepared to receive this blessing when they come in. This Nine of Swords, whatever this energy is, this anxiety, this fear, could be a fear of intimacy, could be past trauma, it could be, I don't know. I have no idea what exactly it could be, but we have this open up card here, which is a clue that you may have some issues around uh, vulnerability or intimacy, and maybe even some attachment stuff, right? And when people have the courage to own their trauma instead of, you know, running away from it or hiding from it or being ashamed of it and feeling guilty for it, that's when you're a powerful person. Is when you can own it and say, okay, yeah, I've been through a lot of shit. Yeah, I've had that happen to me. I'm working on it. Like just owning it instead of feeling ashamed by the fact that things have happened to you as a human being that have shaped your nervous system, right? And it takes intentional effort to heal your nervous system so that you have power and control over that instead of that thing having power and control over you, which is what happens to most people, which is why most people's relationships fail, is because your nervous system is always going to win. And that's not just for you, that's for every one of you out there listening. Your nervous system is going to win 100% of the time. So it doesn't matter. You can meet the man or the woman of your dreams. You can attract them into your life, and they can be perfect for you, literally perfect for you. They could treat you like a god or a goddess. But if they trigger your nervous system, whether they mean to or not, which they will because they're human, your nervous system response is going to defeat you. It's going to win 100% of the time, unless you work on that part of you intentionally. And that's so huge. So there's something here about uh, something to do with that. We have open up and we have the Nine of Swords. So whatever that means for you. Now we have this communication card basically saying, hey, um, you're going to hear from this person. Uh, uh, you know, I'm going to say probably sooner than later. The energy feels sooner than later, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. So then we have these two cards here, which are also things to keep in mind. So we have this card, which is out of sync. You feel like you can't keep up with all the changes. Now, I don't know what that means for you. Maybe you can't keep up with all the changes within yourself, with all the changes in your life, or maybe you're just somebody who feels when too much is happening all at once, it feels like pressure. Only you can know what this means for you. And then we have surrender to effortlessness, which is saying stop pushing so hard. The art of living means going with the flow instead of trying to force the river. Yeah, it's just saying sometimes there are things that, you're probably making molehills into mountains when they're not really mountains. They're just molehills, you know, saying, see things for what they are, but don't make them worse than they are, basically, if that makes sense. Okay. Uh, so, um, so that's that's what's coming up for you. All right. Who's next? All right. What's going on over here in my chat here? What in the Jerry Springer is going on? All right. Yeah, I don't know. What is your question, Curly? Hmm. What is your question? Curly, what is your question? If you're here. Oh, I'm sure it does. I am 100% sure that it definitely does. I want to know if my legal case will be favorable and go my way. Okay. Is your legal case going to go your way? You're welcome. Let's take a look. Hmm. Just going to put those out there for me. You're welcome for the read. Appreciate it. Please like and subscribe if you have not already. For those of you, we'd much appreciate the support. I'm going to say yes. I do think it's things are going to unfold more favorably than not. Yeah. You have surrender to fear. So this is the biggest thing that the divine wants you to know is the energy that you're feeding to this situation. So let go of the fearful stories you were telling yourself. Stay in the moment, focus on solutions, and celebrate every baby step forward. Now that's very important. That language, it's very important because that's really what this is actually saying. So you've got two pages here. You got the page of pentacles and you got the page of wands at the bottom. At the bottom. Why did I say that? I don't know why I said that. You have the page of pentacles and the page of wands down here. Um, and these are baby steps, just like the card says. So the good news is the five of pentacles in reverse. That's really good news. So basically there's a lot of different ways I could read this energy. This could be minimizing losses. This could be you getting money back that you had to pay out, or this could just basically mean that the outcome of the situation is not as bad as you thought it was going to be. So there's lots of different possibilities attached to that card, lots of different ways that we could talk about that. We have the page of pentacles. So this is a small achievement, a small accomplishment tied to the page of wands, which Page of Wands is good news. It's exciting news, but it's small. It's a small. It's like a small victory. There's still conflict here though, with the Five of Wands at the bottom of the deck. And the next thing is that a relief of pressure is coming. The Ten of Wands is in reverse, meaning that, hey, a big relief, a big sigh of relief, a lot of pressure is being released here. So these two cards in reverse, along with these two cards upright, are basically really, really good indicators that something is going favorably. But, you know, it's not the end of the story because we got this conflict still going on with the Five of Wands, and then at the bottom of the deck we have the Two of Swords, which means that there's still you know there's still conflict. So it's not over. This isn't like you know the big win. This isn't the end all be all, but it's a favorable step forward. Um, so these cards up here were just for me. We had this calling energy up here, which is just saying, it's kind of like it's like a play on words, basically. There's two energies attached to it. Uh, it hasn't been called yet. It's sort of like in sports or like football or something when one of the teams does something and they have to review the play. They have to review whatever happened on the field, and so the referees have to go look at the computer screen to see what happened. It's like that's kind of what's happening right now. Things are kind of something is being reviewed and looked at closely, and the call hasn't been made yet one way or the other, which is the conflict in the Two of Swords. The bigger picture though is the lesson that you're meant to learn from this, and there's a lesson in this for you, a spiritual lesson, and that's the more important energy of what's here for you, is looking at the situation not just from the standpoint of the outcome of whatever happened, but it's looking at the spiritual lesson that you're meant to learn from this as a person, as a human being, and the way that you're allowing this to shape and affect you, uh, why it's happened to you, why you think it's happened to you, what happened, what led to it, what caused it, like looking at all the things and sitting with it and, zooming out to like the 100,000-foot view and going, okay, what is the spiritual lesson in all of this for me? And what is the empowering meaning for me, no matter what way it goes? If it doesn't go the way that I want ultimately, when it's all said and done, who am I going to allow this situation to make me become? Who am I going to become as a result of this? And if it does go the way that I want it to go, even then, who am I going to become as a result of things going favorably for me? Right? And so the not now is just saying nothing's been determined now. And then we have the seasons card in reverse, which is saying basically you're not out of the woods yet. Uh, Children, I don't know. That could be what it's about. I don't know if it's literally about children. I don't know. I have no idea. That energy, I have to be honest, when I can't pick something up, I have to be honest when I can't pick it up. I have no idea. And the collective is just here to remind you that it's another play. It's another kind of parable type of energy of saying what you do unto others, you do upon yourself, as a very wise spiritual master once said in the good book. What you do unto others, you do upon yourself. And so, regardless of what's happening, regardless of what's occurring, there's a spiritual lesson in this for you about the way that you're perceiving this, despite the paradox and the duality of human ego, what you perceive to be right and just versus human of what's divine and what is spiritual, right? And this reminds me of the story of Corrie Ten Boom. For those of you who know who she is, maybe you don't, but it's fine if you don't. But basically, Corrie Ten Boom is a famous author of a book. Basically, she went through the Holocaust. She was in a concentration camp, and uh, her sister was killed, her husband was killed, and essentially the person, the Nazi camp master, whatever that person was, who was in charge of the camp that she was in, who was responsible for the death of her sister and her husband and torturing everybody. Basically, years later, when she survived and she started going out and telling her story, doing these seminars telling her story, she finished, and her story was basically about forgiveness, like saying, "Yeah, I suffered through this, but you know, I learned so much spiritually as somebody who went through all of this suffering and came out the other side." And talking about learning how to forgive, forgive people that who abused you and harmed you and did terrible things to you, people that you didn't even know who they were, they didn't know who you were. And so she just got done sharing all of her story and saying this in a seminar, and then she steps off the podium or she steps off the stage and she goes around the corner, and there is the the Nazi, sergeant person who was running that camp standing right in front of her. And this person had all those years later had had a transformation. They had found God, and they had all this guilt and shame inside of them for all the people that they hurt and they killed and they murdered. And so they were so filled with shame and guilt that they sought her out because they wanted her forgiveness. And so there they were, standing in front of her. And so she had, in a moment, without being able to think about it, without being able any time to process it, any time to step back and go, okay, what do I want to do about this? Let me think about it. She had to decide with that person who did all those terrible things to her, tortured her, killed her sister, had her husband killed. And here was this person crying, begging her for her forgiveness because they had found God. And God told them to come to her and ask for forgiveness. And she had just got done saying, telling people her story, and the point of her story, the moral of her story was forgiveness. So now she was being confronted with the very message that she was preaching. And so did she have this strength and integrity within her to be true to the very thing that she herself was preaching, in a moment where she didn't have any time to think about it, any time to reflect? It was a spur of the moment. There was this person, and she grabbed that person's hand and she hugged him and she said, "I forgive you." And they both cried. And it's all written in her book. It's very, very powerful. It's a very powerful story. It makes me feel emotional. And there's something about that that's that's here. It may not be nearly as severe, obviously. I don't think anybody's going through the Holocaust right now. But the bottom line is that there's a spiritual, this collective card and this calling energy have everything to do with the spiritual lesson that's here for you. And there's something very specific because it came to me very clearly with this card. What you do unto others, you do unto yourself. And so I'm just going to leave that there for you. But there are things that are unfolding for you favorably, baby steps. Um, so you should, you'll probably hear of at least some good news, some positive things heading your way, but you're not out of the woods yet. Like the whole thing is still, you know, it's an ongoing process there, but it is moving in a favorable direction, I would say. But like that card said, baby steps, and to not fuel or feed it with fear. That's the important message for you. Is is Eddie still reading? No, I'm just here. I'm just here to look at me, my face. You guys crack me up sometimes. All right. Gene, I think you're next, my friend. A lot of people are smoking weed in the chat tonight, and if they're not, they should be. I'm going to try to get you some messages that I don't normally get you so that they're not the same messages as before. All right. Fulfillment. First card out. Honesty. Second card out. And then we have the moon, which is a card that has to be, we have to pull a card on that card to see what the energy is. Wishing is at the bottom of the deck. Why is the moon here? All right. And then we have this card. It's called the fledgling. Basically, it's just about you being yourself. All about you embracing yourself, being yourself, not watering yourself down. That's what this card is basically about. Um, so since this is the clarifier of the moon energy, it's basically saying like either you or this person or maybe both of you are hiding parts of yourselves. That's the energy I'm getting off of this. It's not, it's like, hey, this, just be yourself. Like don't water yourself down in any way, shape, or form. I'm not saying that you're not. It could even just be a perception, you know. It could be a perception thing. I don't know. But that's the energy. I'm gonna read I'm gonna read I'm gonna read these other three cards for you. I got the little book over here. But I mean they're I mean they're obviously they're self-explanatory. Fulfillment is here. Well, I'll give you my interpretation, my energetic interpretation. So this person, they're you know, they're very fulfilled with you. They're into you, super into you. This person's being honest with you, and this person is feeling hopeful that things will be different this time. Or the energy of this relationship is that things will hopefully uh be different this time. Okay. Um Let me get the other card out here for you really quick though. Don't get mad at me, Gene. I don't choose this card. It came out. We have bunnies here. So you guys might be, you know, if you guys make it to the bedroom, if you make it to the bedroom, it might be like rabbits, if you know what I mean. There's that. That just came to my mind, which does not has nothing to do with what the card says, but that's what the energy of that of the bunny is. So good for you. Good for you. All right, the card says you were rushing around, overwhelmed and panicky. And if it's not you, it could be them. Maybe they're the ones panicking. But it's a slow down. You will get more done if you are calm. It's just to slow your roll. Either you or him or both of you need to just slow your roll a little bit. That's what that's that's what that's saying. All right, let's get the surrender card here. And for those of you that are still here, please like and subscribe to the channel. And you can donate if you'd like a longer reading or if you'd like to skip the queue. Surrender to success. Basically, the divine is saying, like, hey, look, it's been a long time coming. This person is a match for you if you let it be a match for you. But it's a choice. But essentially, in no other words or terms, that's what this card is indicating is like, hey, the potential for success is here if you let it, if you allow it. The card says, you are ready to experience abundance. You're ready. You're ready to have babies and bunnies and rabbit sex. You're ready for rabbit sex and maybe even rabid sex. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an exciting new world of possibilities. It's your time, Gene. It is your time. All right, let's read the fulfillment. Yeah. All right. Celebrate your choices at this time. So, this is the fulfillment card. Celebrate your choices at this time, for you have drawn the symbol of fulfillment. Now is the time to integrate and digest what you have learned of late. Savor every moment and know that every encounter is intended to feed your soul. You are meant to have a rich, satisfying life and taste all that experience has to offer. Look around and recognize all of the ways that your life is already full. You have so many reasons to feel good about yourself. All is well and will be well when you choose fulfillment. All right, then we're going to skip over to the wishing card because it's right next door here. My dear one, I hear your prayers, I know your heart, and I know what is for your highest good. Dreams do come true. Make sure your dreams serve your highest purpose and does not take away from another. Be careful what you wish for. Remember the coins tossed into the wishing well. For every wish, there is a price to be paid. Are you ready to spend the time and energy that your granted wish will require? Now is the time your wish will be fulfilled. And that's kind of like what I said earlier to, I forget who, I think it was 123. The magician card was out. It's like every manifestation comes with a responsibility, right? That's essentially what it's saying. But it's saying you're manifesting it. The thing you've been wanting, you're manifesting it. It's there. And then last, we have the honesty card. Now is the time to be absolutely honest with yourself about what you want, what you're thinking about, what your motives and feelings are. Honesty is a way to truly step into your power. When you choose honesty above all else, as your goddess, I will send you courage to do what is right. This is also a time to demand honesty and integrity from others. You have a right to get clear messages. There is the greatest freedom and power in telling the truth. So it's basically just all the things honesty, but it's also tied to the fact that you are with somebody who's legit. So you're in a this person is legit, even if there's some apprehension here, because I think that came out before in the reading we did the other day. But let me get you three cards here. I know. I give you everything that you don't want. I'm a terrible reader. Just pretend you're blind and you can't see the cards. Just pretend you're blind. This is very similar. It's a very similar energy. You've been waiting a long time for this. Let me get the cards on screen here. So, yeah, you got the Four of Swords, you got the Ace of Pentacles, you got the Star, you got the Two of Pentacles, and then you got the King of Swords here, which obviously homeboy. Underneath that, Six of Swords and the Ten of Wands. So somebody's feeling pressure. Somebody's feeling, and yeah, I think there is a whatever there's an energy between you two. It's tied to this, whatever this was up here, the moon and this energy. It's like because you're both kind of playing it safe with each other because you've both been through some stuff in the past. I feel like there's an energy here of not trusting what's in front of you. I feel like part of you is not trusting it with him, and there's part of him that's not trusting it with you. And I'm not saying that either one of you are wrong for doing it because you're both human and we all do it. Um, but needless to say, Four of Swords is here, two energies attached to it. It's been a long time coming for you, but there's also reflectiveness here. The divine is saying, okay, here's the offer. Here's the offer, the Ace of Pentacles, the thing you've been manifesting and asking for. You wanted it, you asked for it, you manifested it. Well, here it is. The divine's like, all right, I'm going to give you the thing you wanted. There's the fulfillment attached to it, and here it is. You wished upon a star, the wish, the hope, the dream, the thing, Aquarius energy. Obviously, the other night you saw, I think you said he was a Scorpio though, if I remember correctly. But that's the sign doesn't matter. It's basically saying that yeah, this is the thing you wish for. It's been a long time coming, but there's this uncertainty either between you or between him, or you guys are both like mirroring each other in some way here. And I think it's because of this. I think it's because the way he's presenting himself to you. He's not easy to read. This King of Swords energy, whatever this King of Swords energy is here that he's showing up in, I think it's hard for you to read and it's hard for you to gauge like what's going on with him. And so I think that giving off he's presenting a certain energy that's not necessarily true to how he actually feels. So let me ask that real quick. Real time. Let's ask real time. Well, even if you're not together, it's all right. It's just like, what is his perception there? And the Ace of Pentacles is just an opportunity. It's just, potential. It's the offering, like, hey, it's here. It could become something, even if it hasn't taken form yet. Right. So what is his feeling or perception of you in the current moment, right here, right now? Not yesterday, not tomorrow. He's trying to figure you out. Uh, Whenever the Hangman came out just now, I literally in my mind I heard his world was turned upside down. And I don't mean that in an airy fairy romantic way. I mean it could be, but you don't you don't he can't figure you out. That's what it means. Like he's like he can't figure you out. So it's like everything is reverse because it's like 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 with you because he can't figure you out. But it's not a bad thing. It's just it's more of an alluring thing. He's like, ooh, this this one is she's mysterious, enchanting, mystical. He senses some of the same things that you're sensing here with the Magician card, but he's super interested in like there's some type of similarities. There's something about you like he notices like the things that you're into, or he senses there's a similarity here with the Magician card. Like he's fascinated essentially. So this card and both of these cards are basically cards of fascination energy. He's fascinated because there's something unique about you that stands out to him because he's been observing. He's been basically like when you watch the magician doing all the magic tricks, so to speak. Again, I'm using metaphors here. There's something that he notices about you. He's been observant of that's caught his attention. Obviously he wants to do he wants to have rabbit, bunny. sex, rabid sex with you. He's obviously there's the wand, so he feels you in his wand, if you catch my drift. He's been thinking about this. He could see a future with you. He's very attracted to you, and there's a part of him that wants to kind of show off or get your attention. He wants you to notice him with the 6 of Wands underneath that. And this is him thinking about you with the 4 of Swords. So he's also in a state of reflecting, like, this is him being curious, like trying to figure you out, but he's also trying to play it cool. So there's this quietness here, reflectiveness here. So you're on his mind, even if you don't see him very often or whatever. I don't know what the situation is, obviously, but he thinks about you a lot, basically. So he's into you. And not only is he into you, but there's all this opportunity here for you. Ace of Pentacles was just out here a second ago. Uh, the divine is basically saying, you know, here's somebody that would be a match for you, potential match for you. I mean, we have free will, but here's somebody, potential match for you, that would make you very happy, fulfillment. They're an honest person. It's what you've been waiting for, wishing for. You had the star card out here a second ago as well, and they're into you and surrenders to success. So basically, the divine is saying the only thing that's cock blocking you is you with surrender to success. It's like, hey, if you want it, you want it. You don't, you don't. But it's a good thing if you want it, my friend. It's a good thing if you want it. I've never been with a Scorpio. I have no idea what a Scorpio is like. Is that true? Yeah. No, I have never been with a Scorpio. I've never dated a Scorpio. As long as it's not a Pisces. I don't know what it is about Pisces. I know it's like their year or something or what's going on, but maybe it's because I'm a Virgo and I'm their opposite sign. I don't know what it is, but let's not be mean to the Pisces. I'll won't be mean to the Pisces. All right, who's next? Well, you said you were pervy, so that's great. You like dark stuff and your sexy stuff and your sex dungeons and your sex all, get you a sex dungeon and whips and chains and gags and one of those electrocution things where you like, you put the little clips or whatever, like the little clip things, the battery, or the jumper cables. That's what it is. The jumper cables. You put the jumper cables on your nipples, and all the things. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you. He's more about that than I would be. Of course, he's a dude. He wants to hook you up to jumper cables. You guys could negotiate a deal. It's like you get babies and he gets jumper cables. I mean, it's a win-win situation. You get babies, he gets jumper cables. All right. Tanisha. Tanisha, if you are here, if Tanisha is not here, we will move to Biswajita 555, or I don't know. I don't know how to say that name. And if they're not here, we have Starry Night. That's right. You get babies, he gets boobies until the babies take over the boobies. But when the babies take over the boobies, he's not going to get the boobies anymore. He'll have to find something else to do. He'll have to start playing golf or whatever people do, right? So Tanisha has not responded. Wajida has not responded. Starry Night. Anita. Starry Night, if you're here. And if Starry Night is not here, Anita. If Anita is not here, then Andrea or Andrea. Andrea. You are next. Okay. Well, I didn't talk to Carlos the Leo since before Thanksgiving until Friday. I spent the weekend with him, but I got this feeling that he's been having sex with somebody else. Oh man. If I can get the T on this situation for the Leo and me, I'm an Aries. Okay. So are you asking about, so are you wanting to know what he's doing with the other person? I just want to clarify exactly what question you're asking. Are you wanting to know what they're like? Are you wanting to know what they're doing with the other person? I mean, if you know that they're having sex with the other person, then obviously they're having sex with the other person. So what's the actual, if you can just give me a little bit more clarity on what you want to know. Okay. So are you currently in no contact right now? I'm assuming I'm assuming you're in no contact, but I just want to be 100%, 1,000% sure for the question that I need to focus on in my mind. Are you in no contact right now? I know there's a little bit of delay of me talking and YouTube getting you guys. What you guys are hearing is a little bit delayed. He texted you today. Okay, so there's contact, but you're not with him. You're not. You guys haven't come back together, but there's been communication. We're together, I think. Okay. All right. So you think you're back together. You're wanting to know, did he do something while you were apart? Is that what you're asking? Like, was was he screwing around? Was he sleeping with people? Was he doing stuff while you guys were separated? Is that kind of what the question? I mean, I'm assuming that's what you're asking, but again, I don't want to assume too much. He tells people I'm his girlfriend. Okay. Okay. You weren't in no con. Okay. All right. So let's see. What was he doing in no contact? I guess that's really what you're asking. What was Carlos doing in no contact? All right. You live separately. He was feeling like shit. That's what he was doing. He was not fucking anybody else that I can see. He was confused. He was hurt, and he was trying to figure out what he wanted. He was trying to figure out what happened. I'm gonna, yeah. These cards at the bottom tell the whole story. He knows that he caused it. He knows he was part of the problem. We have the magician here. That's him knowing that he caused part of it. Um, he felt like he felt rejected, but he also knows that he fucked up. So it's a dual energy. So he wasn't doing well. The Five of Pentacles is here. The Four of Cups is here. That's him feeling the loss. The Ten of Swords, that's him knowing the pain of things ending when you were in no contact. Four of Wands, that's his energy towards you. The Knight of Wands, I'll clarify this one, but and I'll clarify the Seven of Cups too. But both of these, I mean, the energy to me tells me that he was confused about what happened. He had mixed feelings and emotions, and there was a lot of confusion he feels about what really happened. Obviously, he's connected to you. He feels very connected to you. We have the Lover's card here. He felt that things were done kind of impulsively. So maybe he behaved impulsively. Maybe he thinks you behaved impulsively. Maybe you both behaved impulsively here. The Eight of Cups and sideways is there's a part of him. It's a love hate relation. This card is love hate relationship. There's a part of him that wanted to leave because he was really hurt, but there's a part of him that can't leave because he really cares about you. He's emotionally invested in you. Um, why is the Knight of Wands here? Yeah, it's what I said. The Knight of Wands, he knows that an impulsive decision was made. He behaved impulsively. Maybe he feels you behaved impulsively. He knows with the strength card here is saying that there was a lack of care. It was careless. There was like a recklessness to it. He probably could have handled it different. He knows that this Ten of Swords, this the ending here, you know, with the Magician energy. What again? Whether he ever admits any of this or not, by the way, okay, I'm not telling you that he's going to come out to you and start telling, taking accountability for it or not. I don't know. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. I'm just telling you what's going on inside of his energy. But he knows that he caused it. He's taking, he understands that he's responsible. And then you have judgment here, you know, which is two energies attached to judgment. One is the energy of, yeah, I did it. And the other energy, so it was a wake up call to him. Like he realizes, like, wow, okay, like, if I'm not careful about how I handle myself whenever we get into whatever issues that you and him get into, whatever the pattern is, he's realizing that there's consequences. So he realizes that this is a wake up call for him, basically. But this is also him wanting to fix it. So it's him trying to learn from his mistake, basically. Because at the bottom of the deck, you get the Two of Cups, which is tied to the Lover's energy, which is this connection to you. Why is the Seven of Cups here? So, all right. Now don't get angry at me. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't get all angry at me. I'm going to tell you the truth. But he feels like you're not stable. He feels like you're the one who's confused because we have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So he was confused because he feels like, hey, she's not she overreacted. She's not stable. Like there's a part of him, the Seven of Cups here. There's a little bit of blame energy there. But regardless of that, there's the Five of Cups. That's him regretting what happened. That's him feeling the loss, feeling the remorse. There's him feeling nostalgic, thinking about the good times in the past. He knows he's got a connection with you. So the Six of Cups and the Lover's card is a strong connection, by the way, a very strong connection. But he was very overwhelmed. All of whatever happened between you guys was weighing him down. He was feeling every bit of it. So don't think that he wasn't experiencing it. There's the Ace of Pentacles. You know, he wanted a do over, but he didn't know how to make that happen. There's a Two of Pentacles. He's like, I don't know. I don't know how to do this. So was he doing anything behind your back? No. There's nothing here that says that he was doing anything behind your back while you were in no contact. He was uh he was hurting. He was feeling every bit of the separation. Now, since he's not here and this reading is for you, this card that I'm about to pull is for you, and then I'm going to pull a surrender card for you as well. All right, so this is the card that you got. You try to blend in, but you feel like an outsider. Be your authentic self and let your freak flag fly. So, If you need to let your freak flag fly, let your freak flag fly. So basically, this is saying like there's a part of you basically that you're watering yourself down is the energy that I would put to that card. Like watering yourself down in some way, shape, or form is what that's saying. And the divine is saying, hey, stop watering yourself down for whatever that means to you. And again, I'm just the messenger. All right, now let's get your surrender card. Yeah. And this goes exactly right along with it. Surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. And this card came out at the very beginning of the reading when I was doing my big rant, uh, my big collective rant about the end of the year in 2025. So because this card is showing up for you specifically, that also means that everything that I was saying at the beginning of the reading was for you. Maybe not all of it, but something in there, something in that long spew of whatever the hell came out of me, something within all of that has relevance to you. But I'll read the card again. The card says, let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in your life. So it's just some part of you that you're not embracing or accepting, some part of you that you're potentially watering down. And the divine is telling you to stop it. Stop doing that. Okay, so he's dorky. He knows how I feel about him. You found a 10 pack of condoms in his car. Well, okay, he's got condoms. Here's the thing: you have to be careful about letting your mind create narratives and stories because it's going to do it. And the purpose of your mind is to keep you safe. Is to keep you is to protect you, to keep you safe. And so it's going to come up with every fucking story possible to ensure that there's no chance that you could ever get hurt. And it will come up with the most unfathomable, unrealistic, but believable because it knows you. Your mind knows you better than you know yourself. And it knows exactly how to negotiate with you to get you to believe it, to believe in its lies, believe in its illusions, believe in its fears, believe in its uncertainty, believe in its doubts, so that you can stay safe. And so it takes an incredible amount of courage, self awareness, and personal development to fight the inner voice of your mind and your ego and say, well, hold on. Is that really true? Am I 100% sure? Do I have enough evidence to know that that's 100% sure? Like, you know, and there's also a level of faith in there because in my experience, the truth always comes to light. I've been cheated on so many fucking times in my life. I've been betrayed so many times in my life. The truth always comes to light. You don't have to worry about whether or not someone's fucking you over. It will come to light. Like the truth will be revealed to you. Now in your reading, there's no evidence at all. Nothing out here in your reading is showing that this person has done anything malicious or harmful or deceptive. So, you know, if I'm wrong, which I could be, then the truth will come out because the divine has got your back. But if I'm right, then there's a level of responsibility that I would encourage you to take upon yourself. And I say this as your friend and your ally to get control of this thing up here because when you give your power away to the stories in your mind, then you will self sabotage, you will self destruct, and you will ruin every good thing that ever comes into your life. And a lot of people get caught in that vicious cycle. They can't, you know, it's just whatever story their mind creates, they believe it. They're invested. It's like, oh, my mind came up with created some story. And I'm not saying that there, that there's not things that you'll experience in your environment that, you know, depending on where you are in your personal development, can't be questionable. But on the same token, everything can be questionable depending on the person that's having the experience. You know, if somebody's like, well, they took, they take their phone with them into the bathroom all the time and they sit in there with the door closed. They could be texting another person. Like you can turn anything into a story that's believable if you try hard enough. You found some condoms. Well, he has some condoms in his truck. He must be fucking, he's got 10 condoms. He's fucking 10 different women. That's what it is. Like, you know, we can create a story with anything. That's how powerful our mind is. And it wants to create stories. It's designed to create stories, and the stories that it creates is trying to protect you from anything that could ever hurt you. Because obviously, you and this person have had emotional investment, so now there's a risk. So I'm just saying this to be aware of your ability to self-destruct. Now, he's obviously done some things himself, which is all out here in his reading, and he knows it, whether he'll ever admit it or not. I can't tell you, but he knows that he's responsible. He played a part in whatever happened that caused you guys to go into no contact in the first place. But you can't concern yourself with that because you can't control what other people do, whether it's him or whether it's somebody else down the road. The only person you can control is you. And so you want to get to a place to where you know yourself and you've worked on yourself enough to where you've got your mind under control. Where your mind is serving you, it's you're not, you're not serving it. Because the last thing that you need is your brain creating narratives and stories, for everything that you encounter that could be semi questionable, you know? And that's an imbalance because once the mind has got you by the balls, then it's suppressing your ability to really know the truth, which comes from your intuition, right? Everything is a red flag when you're living in the extreme, when you give over to, what's the word I'm thinking? You intellectualize, right? It's like that's when we hand ourselves over to the ego, and now everything is intellectualized, but it's not for our good. And so we need to get to a place of neutrality and detachment to where when something is really a threat, our intuition picks up on it, not our mind. The mind will spin stories about everything all day long. But when you're in a normal, natural, neutral state, because you've got this thing tamed, you've got the mind under control, and you're emotionally neutral, then you will feel when something is off. You'll feel it. And it's more of a subtlety. And then if you ignore it, it might get louder and more intense. And that's the place you want to be. You want to be in a place where you can trust your intuition, not the stories. And you'll know the difference because your mind will create a story over anything, and it's frequent and it's constant, and it never stops. Your intuition doesn't do that. Your intuition is more of a feeling, a sensation in your body that isn't constant because you're not always under threat. It knows what's real. It knows what's true for you relationally, in your environment around you, what energies around you are safe, what energies around you are not safe. If you go to you park your car in a certain place and you start getting a weird vibe in your body, a sensation, and you look around, like, like it's safe, feel safe. There's nobody here. I'm the only car in the parking lot. There's nobody even around me. Intellectually, you know, there's not even anything to create a story about, but you feel something inside you. You feel this growing, it's like so, I don't know, something just feels something inside of me. It's kind of like, hey, like let's leave. Let's go. Let's leave this parking lot. Let's get in the car. Let's move. Or if you're in the car, let's drive away because you're picking up on something. That's your intuition. That's the difference. So you want to get into a place, my friend. All this to say, you want to get to a place where you learn to feel what's real instead of logicking what's real. Okay. So I hope that that's helpful. But no, to answer your question, I don't see anything malicious here. There's no there's no seven of swords, there's no five of swords, we don't have a devil, we don't have a moon card. Like there's no cards that came out that I could even begin to say there's deception or cheating or him fucking around. Okay. I always ask Spirit to let me see what I need to see and let me know what I need to know. That's good. And once you get those answers, trust them. And it takes practice. Like nobody comes into nobody comes into this world like mastering anything. We all have to work at we have to practice these things, and nobody teaches us how to do it. All right, who's next? Tanvi. If Tanvi, if you're here, you can ask your question. Tanvi, 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 Tanvi. If Tanvi's not here, Janovic, Janovic, they're ready. How can I handle my emotions better? It's been a hard week. Oh, well, I don't know if tarot can tell you how to handle your emotions better specifically. You don't have to share, but if you would like to share what exactly has been going on that's been making you emotional, I can try to offer some some advice. So you have surrender to obsessive thinking, you have surrender to prayer. So obviously there's something you've been obsessing over. Something has been occupying your mind. All right. Maybe over a relationship or something to do with dishonesty. Because we have this loyal heart in reverse. So I don't know if you're going through a breakup or if maybe your mom's court case bringing up trauma. Okay. So some type of dishonesty. No place like home is here. And mending a new life. Okay. So what the divine wants you to do is to learn what is yours and what is not yours. There's you're energetically tying yourself to something that's not yours to be tied to. I'm going to read these cards to you in just a second. Yeah. The divine is saying basically you're creating the way that you're thinking about this obsessive thinking is just a pattern. And if you can recognize it as a pattern and you can separate yourself from it. You can take yourself out of the pattern. All right. So what I want you to do, if you really want to get some freedom here, um, and you're willing to try something with me, there's a something that you can learn, something that I'll show. I'll do this with you. I'll guide you through this process so that you can use it anytime you want, if you're willing. But you have to tell me in the chat if you want to do it or not. And if you don't, it's fine. But if you do, you have nothing to lose. And if it works for you, then that's awesome, because then you have something that you can use that'll help you with this thinking. Because you're just essentially you're just spiraling in your thinking. Essentially, is what this is. And so you have surrender to prayer, which is matched with this if you believe energy here. You have this new life card here, which is what the divine is saying. Hey, I want to show you how to get out of this illusion that you're in, within your thinking. This is an Eight of Swords energy here. You're trapped in the negative thinking of whatever the story is that you have here. Let me shuffle the cards here. I'm going to just pull 3 cards here for you. Yeah, so the Hierophant is your beliefs. This card represents your values, your beliefs. So you have a belief that is shaping your thought process. And because of your belief, this belief that's probably no longer serving you here, it's causing you a lot of pain, basically. It's the reason behind the obsessive thinking. There's this part of you that's been conditioned to give your power away to something that's not yours to take. And at some point in your life, you were probably expected to be a certain way, to feel a certain way. There was expectations placed upon you as a child, and you've outgrown those. Those beliefs perhaps served you when you were a child, but they're not serving you any longer. But most of us don't know when we've outgrown a belief or a paradigm. We're not aware of it. It's just all of a sudden life isn't that way anymore. We're not a child anymore. And so the things that we were taught as a child no longer apply to us, because we're a sovereign being now. We have free will. We can do what we want. We don't have to, we're not enslaved to what our parents told us to do or taught us to do, the rules, the regulations. You have to do this, you can't do that. Like, you know, but a lot of people, even though they become an adult and they have freedom and you get to be whoever you want, you get to do whatever you want. You don't have to answer to your parents anymore. You don't have to answer to your, you're not a child anymore. But in their unconscious and their subconscious, they are a child. That child blueprint is still there. And so when they get around their parents, or they get around their family, or they get around certain dynamics, or they get around certain environments, it starts to trigger the unconscious pattern of, oh, okay, I have to behave a certain way, I have to act a certain way, and it's like you almost just, you turn into this whole different person, and you're not even aware of it, because it's just the child in you that's responding to the environment that it was in when it was a child. So what you can do now is you can see it for what it is, and you can separate yourself from it. And that's the exercise I want to um, I want to take you through here. And so the rest of these I just pulled it. I was just curious to see, but this is the divine wanting you to step into your own power now and see your own truth as the Queen of Swords. And like there's an energy of you here. There's whether you realize it or not, unconsciously you're getting your needs met because it's like if I'm good and I care and I do what I'm supposed to, like I was when I was a child, then I'll get a reward. You see, you're this girl down here in this metaphor. You're this girl down here, and this, you know, these are the guardians or the parental figures, the authorities of your life, so to speak. And because you're being a good girl, you're being a good person, a good child, a good kid, you're getting a reward. Your parental figure is putting the wreath of approval, the crown on your head, which is approval, saying, "Hey, I approve of you. I choose you." And there's all these other people around, and they've only got this one crown to give, and they're choosing to give it to you. So you win the approval. And so there's this unconscious part of you that's been taught that if I behave this way and I worry this way and I have this pattern inside of me, then basically I'm going to be approved of. Even if the situation outside of you that you're experiencing, even if you can't connect the dots, unconsciously your subconscious has already connected the dots because that's how the subconscious works. The subconscious is working on human instinct, it's working on biology, it's based on your human needs. It's not logical. There's no logic or reason to it. So, and it's built on patterns. So that's what this is saying here. Now, this justice card, I mean, it could be pointing to the literal legal situation that you mentioned, but it's really it's deeper than that. This is again tied to truth because justice is about truth, like spiritual truth, the actual truth, what is really true, not what we think is true. So this is really referring to divine law, and it has to do with you, with what's true within you. And so what the divine is wanting to do with you is to uncover your truth so you can separate what's not true for you so that there's now a space for what is true for you. Because I don't feel in this energy that you know what your truth is for you because you're running on programs and values and systems that were handed to you. You were programmed to be this way. Instead of you figuring out, well, what is true for me? What feels right for me? What are my needs? What are my values? And at the bottom of the deck, we have strength. So this is saying that there's a need to be courageous here and to confront the fearful energy inside of you, which is the lion. And if you have the courage to confront this lion, then it will bow down to you. This fear inside of you that's fueling this obsessive thinking here. And so the surrender to prayer and this if you believe is basically saying that you just have to be willing to consider a new possibility. And the minute that you start considering a new possibility, you start to separate yourself from the fear and the fuel of what the way you've been fueling this mentality. So this is what I want you to do. I want you I want you to close your eyes. And for those of you who want to try this, you can try this yourself. Even if you don't have the same issue, you can think of something in your life that is bothering you. And we all have something in our life that's bothering all of us. Every single one of us. Every single one of you out there, there's something in your life that is frustrating you, annoying you. Uh, it could be small, it could be minor, it could be something vast, large, big. But a feeling, a sensation, a thought, or emotion, just something inside of you that you would like, that up until this point you feel it just is, you don't really have a lot of control over it. So, like, let's say you have problems with procrastination. Let's say you have problems with overthinking. Uh, you know, maybe it takes you a really long time to fall asleep at night because you're constantly, your mind's racing. Maybe you have, whatever it is. I don't know. eh, some other type of pain or obsessive thoughts or irrational fear or an emotional thing, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is close your eyes and I want you to think about the thing or feel the emotion. Focus on whatever that thing is for you. And you know what it is because you know how to access it. So in your case, uh, Janovic, whatever this thought is that you have, whatever the thoughts are, however you access whatever's going on in your mind that causes you to spiral. I want you to focus on it. And the first thing that you'll notice is that the minute you start focusing on it, the minute that you give your attention to it, I want you to notice how it amplifies. It may already be intense, even though you don't focus on it. There's already an intensity attached to it just because it exists. But just notice whether it's a teeny tiny slight little bit of intensity or whether it's a lot of intensity. But just notice that when you focus on it, that it grows, even if it's just a little bit. And this is very important. There's a very important reason why I'm asking you to focus on it, and there's a very important reason why I want you to notice that when you focus on it, it expands, it grows, it gets a little bit more intense, it gets a little bit louder, a little bit bigger. It's because wherever your focus goes, your energy follows. And your energy is the fuel for anything in your life. Anything. So the more that you focus on this thing, then you're feeding the monster, the bigger it's going to get. That's the first thing. So just with that in mind, without doing anything else, and this isn't all we're going to do. I'm still going to take you through this exercise. I'm just giving you some things here, just showing you some things. But already that just shows you how powerful you are. That the very fact that when you focus on something, whether it's good or bad, it expands it. So what people do unconsciously, most people, they fuel their negative patterns because they're unconsciously focusing on they're feeding it, they're fueling it because they're unconsciously focusing on it. And then when it gets loud enough and uncomfortable enough to where it enters their awareness, then they consciously start focusing on it because now they're feeling it. And so now that they're focusing on it and they're feeling it, it's becoming bigger and louder. So it just gets worse. So when you want to get rid of something, the first thing you should keep in mind is, well, I should starve it, not feed it. And so this tool that I'm going to show you is a one way to do it, because obviously most people say, well, how do I do that? How do I starve something? It's consuming my thoughts, or it's consuming my feelings, and no one teaches us this stuff. So this is just one of many techniques that you can use to do this. So what I want you to do is, now that you're focused on what that thing is or whatever triggers that thing, either one, it doesn't matter. You can focus on the feeling, you can focus on the thought, you can focus on the person, you can focus on the object, whatever represents the trigger for that thing. I just want you to focus on it. And then I want you to turn it into an object. And I want you to just let your mind just choose the object randomly. In other words, just let whatever it turns into, just turn it into something. So if it's, you know, fear, you're afraid of something, or, you know, if it's an emotion, it's like I feel, you know, abandoned, I feel lonely, I feel depressed. If it's anxiety, you know, or your mind races, if it's, you know, I can't pay attention, I'm ADD. It's like, okay, just let that become an image in your mind, and just let your mind create something random. Don't overthink it, just let it become an object. And once it becomes an object, I want you to zoom, I want you to pull it really close into you, to your awareness. I want you to zoom really close in to where it's right in front of your face. And I want you to rotate that object, whatever it is, whatever your mind made up, and I just want you to rotate it and just look at it and start taking in all the details of it. What does it look like? What is the shapes? What are the colors? What's the design? Like, inspect it. And then after you've rotated it and you've looked at it, you've spun it around, you looked at the top, you looked at the bottom, you looked at all the sides of it, and you see this object. You've seen all the sides of this object, whatever this object is that your mind made up. I want you to push it away from you just a little bit, like push it out 5 feet away from you where you can still see it. And I want you to let it turn into a color. Let that object transform into just a color. And now just see that color in your mind, whatever that color is, and just see that color. And then once you have the color, I want you to let that color transform into a funny sound. Any sound that's funny to you. And just, again, don't overthink it. Just let your mind create a funny sound. The first funny sound that comes out. And I want you to just play that funny sound over and over in your mind. And you're allowed to laugh at it. It could be like a really disgusting wet fart sound. It could be a burp. It could be a snort. It could be one of those little rubber chickens that makes that really terrible sound. It could be anything. But it's funny for you. And just play that sound in your mind. Let that sound be in your mind. Then I want you to transform that sound from something funny into something sensual, something sexy. What's a sexy sound? Something sensual, something erotic, something hot, something spicy. And I want you to let that sound, something that you like to hear, that's sexy to you. And then I want you to let that sound transform into a song that you like. And let the first song just come to you. Whatever song that just pops up out of nowhere, just let the first song that comes to you out of nowhere, let it pop into your mind. And you can sing along to it if you want to. You can hum along to it and just let the song play. First song that comes into your mind. Now, I want you to let the song that you like, I want you to let that song transform into an animal. Any animal, just the first animal that comes to your mind. And then I want you to ask that animal what its name is, and just let the name just come out of you. Don't overthink it. Just the first name that shows up for this animal. And I want you to know that this animal is your best friend. And they're really, really loyal, and they're really, really happy to be with you. And I want you to imagine, create create an environment. It could be a house, you could be out at the beach, you could be at the mountains, you could be anywhere. Indoors, outdoors, it doesn't matter. Just create an environment where you are with this animal, and just allow your mind to create this environment and see everything. See the environment. See the walls if there's walls, if there's not, if you're outside, see the clouds, see the trees, see the grass, see the mountains, see the for the beach, you see the sand and the water, the sun, and you are there with the animal. And just be in that environment with your animal. And I want you to think of something that you're grateful for. So here you are in this beautiful place, and you've got your best friend, this animal here, and I want you to think of something you're grateful for. And just let the answer come to you. It could be anything. Just let it come out of you. You're not thinking it, you're not reaching for it. Just let it come to you. Just anything. It could be small, it could be something big. It could be maybe you had tacos today and you're just grateful for tacos. Maybe it's your animal friend that's here with you. It could be anything. Just let something that you're grateful for come to you. And then I want you to ask your animal telepathically, or you can say it out loud if you feel like it. I want you to ask your animal to tell you something it's grateful for. And then just let the answer come to you. It might be serious, it might be comical, it might be funny, it might catch you off guard. It could be anything. What is your animal grateful for? And then I want you to take what you're grateful for and what your animal's grateful for, and I want you to allow the environment that you created and the animal that's there. I want all of that to turn into this bright, beautiful, glowing, sparkly light. And I want you to increase the light and the sparkle, make it bigger, make more of it. Like just keep creating more and more and more until it's literally consuming your imagination. It's consuming everything that you're focused on. You have all of this sparkly light, and it's filled with the gratitude that you had from just a moment ago. And when it's completely your whole eye view, your mind is filled with this sparkly light, I want you to take all of that sparkly light and turn it into a pool, a big pool of radiant, glowing, sparkly, light water. It's like water that has this glow on it, this golden, powerful, energetic glow, and there's this beautiful pool. And then I want you to see yourself, imagine yourself diving right into that pool. Just jump headfirst into it. and just feel all of that water and that power and that magic, that electricity and that glow and that gratitude over every fiber of your body. And then I want you to think of something playful. What's something playful that you haven't done in a long time? Just something random. What's something playful? Maybe you haven't played Uno in a long time. Maybe you haven't played Monopoly. Maybe you haven't climbed a tree. Maybe you haven't played hide and go seek. Maybe you haven't colored in a coloring book. What's something playful that you haven't done in a long time? And I want you to take note of that because that's going to be your homework. Something playful that you can do. Just take note of it. And then I want you to think of something a little naughty, something pleasurable that might be just a little naughty. Not too naughty, but just a little naughty. What's something pleasurable, just a little bit naughty? It's kind of exciting to think about. Like, ooh, that's kind of exciting. And I want you to focus on that for a minute. Focus on it until you can feel just a little bit of arousal in you, just a little bit of that tingly electric sensation in your body. Like, yeah, I'm gonna come back to that later. Or something. Yeah. And I want you to take note of that because that's also going to be homework. Now, I want you to take a deep breath and I want you to call back to you the original object. Let the original object come back to you and I want you to look at it and I want you to see what's changed. And if you can't see a change in the actual object in your mind's eye, I want you to pay attention to how different it feels. So whatever that thing was at the very beginning, whatever that object was, call it back to you and see what's changed or feel what's different about it. And after you inspect it for just a moment, I want you to intentionally change it. I want you to add something to it, or you can take something away from it. It's up to you. Or you can do both. You can add something and take away something. So add something, or take away something, or do both to the object. And then I want you to thank the object for teaching you something about yourself. And then I want you to let it kind of explode in a poof of sparkly dust. And then you can open your eyes and you can tell me how you feel about your obsessive thought. What's different? What's changed? How do you feel? What do you notice? If anything, what's different? And you can share that, Janovic, in the chat if you want to, or anybody else can share if they want to in the chat. You certainly don't have to. But if it was helpful, at the very least, if it was helpful, let me know. But essentially, the purpose of the exercise, if you participated, was to teach you something, to show you that you have the power to alchemize your thoughts. You can take something. This is called neuro linguistic programming, NLP. And so essentially, what this is you taking a feeling, a thought, or a pattern and projecting it purposely into your mind and playing with that thing and changing its forms, changing its shapes, giving it color, giving it sound, giving it sensation, giving it emotion. And essentially, what you're doing is you're rewiring that thought, that pattern, or that emotion that you're struggling with. And so, what this does is it teaches you one, you have a tool, and there's many tools. There's lots of ways you can do this. But the second thing it is it shows you that just how powerful you are. That you're not a slave to your patterns, you're not a slave to your thoughts, and you're not a slave to your emotions. And you can do this as often as you want. And sometimes I do it. Like especially if I'm, when I lay down, like sometimes for whatever reason, when things get quiet, my mind gets activated because I start getting all these downloads and it's profound. And it's like, I want to sit there and I want to receive all the downloads because I'm like fascinated. I'm like, oh man, like I could just sit there and just, you know, I'm getting all this information that's super profound, but I'll never sleep and I already have a hard time getting enough sleep. So sometimes I'll use this same process where I will do the same thing that I just did with you guys, and I'll do it and I'll just keep playing with it in my mind until I cause myself to fall asleep. Because eventually my mind, especially when I'm tired, when I'm focused on playing with it, eventually next thing I know, I pass out. So for me, it's something that I use quite often, um, to help me sleep. So that's something you can do. And so the rest of your reading here, just so that um, to kind of finish up the things going in here for you in your reading, is that if I want you to know that the more that you practice and integrate this, because you have this mending card here, and you have this new life, and you have this new place like home. So what the divine is wanting to teach you is how to reparent yourself, how to reparent yourself and reparent your nervous system. And you may not be able to do this by yourself. Most people can't. So this mending, there's two people here. So, you know, in the Hierophant energy here is also a card of mentorship. So you get the two people down here and they're being taught by this leader person. And so but the bottom line is this mending energy here is meant to reparent for you to learn how to reparent yourself and your nervous system so that you can start to find peace within yourself. That's what the new place like home is like it's talking about your inner world, like you feeling like you're safe and at home and at peace wherever you are, wherever you go, and that you're good with you. That's what this card is more about. And that you have a new life ahead of you, and the new life is you being free from the burdens of your past, you being free from the burdens of religion, your family, old outdated thinking. And the final message for you has everything to do with you getting into a new spiritual practice. And I can't make this up because right underneath, as soon as I said that, underneath this card, you have this breathe card. And you see this woman here, and she's in like a magical place, and she's doing this meditative thing. The divine is wanting you to find a new spiritual practice. You have if you believe and you have surrender to prayer. These two cards are feedbacking off this card for you. So there's some type of spiritual practice that will give you this peace, basically, and will help you come out of all those old beliefs, those old patterns, those old traditions, whatever it is. All that stuff is old stuff. Whatever was handed to you when you were a child, traditions, religion, family stuff, trauma, all the things. The divine is wanting you to find a spiritual practice that will ground you and also feel like this is my safe place. But there's also something further. This new life energy for you is also telling you um, that you have a purpose in that. And it's like when you start to integrate with this spiritual practice, you're going to learn more about yourself. You're going to get connected to a new community, and you're going to have a lot of self-awareness, and that's also going to begin a new path for you. Basically, you're going to you're going to go down this whole new path. You're going to meet a bunch of new people. You're going to find new practices that work for you and your emotional health, your mental health, your physical health, and you're going to find your people, your tribe, the people that accept you for who you are, and uh, it's just going to be a life-changing experience for you. So it's basically like a new everything, new friends, new spiritual practice, new health, new mindset, a lot of healing, a lot of mending here. I don't know what that spiritual practice is for you, what it's going to be, but it's not just philosophy, okay? It's not just reading books, it's not just getting more information. It's full integration. You're meant to do this with your body. Like I don't know if it's yoga, I don't know if it's breathing, I don't know what it is for, I don't know what it'll be. Massage, I have no idea. But there's some type of spiritual practice here for you that's going to help you with all of this, okay? So don't worry about the situation that's the whatever that legal situation is. Don't worry about that. The divine is saying, hey, look, that's not yours, don't worry about it. you know uh and I know you might be tempted to, but it's not your lesson, it's not your burden. And it doesn't mean that you don't, I'm not saying that, you know for you, you don't have to like how much you care about the situation. Those two things can exist. You can still care about the situation, but be detached from it. And I know that sounds like a paradox, but it's true. You can still care about it and say, hey, you know what, I care, but I'm not going to lose myself in it because it's not mine. you know it's just like if my brother or my mom or my dad had a health problem. I love them, I care about them more than anything, but I couldn't, I can't control what they're going through. I can support them to the best of my ability, but I can't get lost in it. I can't take their burden onto my shoulders, you know. And so for you, it's about just knowing how to have that discernment for yourself. This isn't yours. This isn't your fault. It's not your burden to carry. You can still care, but you know, give yourself permission to be separate from it. And if you receive any type of negative pushback, any type of guilt or shame, whether people shame or guilt you because you have boundaries, that's on them. But if you find yourself feeling guilty or shaming yourself, then that's just know that that's just the old programming inside of you. And you can use that technique that I gave you to help you get out of that cycle. But just know, you know, that it's an old belief. It's not who you are. And then, obviously, I would definitely recommend finding someone who can help you, uh, that can help you heal through those outdated beliefs, depending on what they are, which is obviously more than we can get into here. But hopefully, that was helpful to some extent for you and for everybody else out there. All right. So who's next? I appreciate you guys and your patience with that. I know it took a little bit longer, but if I feel led to do something, I'm gonna do it because I'm not just out here to do readings. You're welcome. Did somebody donate? Hello, love your readings. Are you currently taking donations or super chats? I do take donations. Kaisered Mingo. I do take donations. The information is in the description box. I think Venmo, PayPal, and whatever the other one is. There's a third. There's a third one in there. CashApp. That's it. You're welcome, Janovic. You're so welcome, my friend. And if Kaiser Bingo, if you donate, just let me know, and I will do you next. Otherwise, we have Sonali. If you are here, you can ask your question as well. Let's see who else. And then obviously, Gina, you're here. So if Sonali or thank you. Yes. And for those of you that are here and you enjoy what I do here, please consider liking and subscribing. And then go out and tell all of your friends and your family and all the people. Tell everybody. Tell everybody to come to Human Innovation Terror. I want to help as many people as I can, especially coming up in 2026. Gina, you are up, my friend. Oh, my ex recently had several towers. He said he loves me. Can the divine guy give me messages about trusting him? I'm assuming you're saying Sunday is the day your son died. Sun is the day my Sunday maybe it's the day your son died. Does he have messages for me? I miss him terribly. I feel his spirit here. Let's see. All right. Well, obviously the divine wanted you to have that card. It came right out. Okay, Sunday. Yes, got it. Got it. All right. So this one says surrender stubbornness. If you're tensing up or taking a rigid stance about something, gently observe yourself and become more yielding. This will help you communicate more lovingly with others and yourself. All right. So there's something about that. Maybe more will be disclosed in the reading. Let's see. What do I feel called with here? I actually am feeling called to do like 3 cards on his energy for some reason. And then I'll check something else here. He said he loves you. Can you about trusting him? Okay. I don't know where the divine's wanting me to go with this, but he wants me to look at his energy for some reason. Well, he still feels connected to you. I'm going to check this Two of Pentacles though. Like he's there's still some type of attraction there because he's here in his King of Wands energy, his attractive energy, and he's you know the Knight of Wands here is in a like a kind of like low key chase you down type of energy, but it's also a free energy as well. So and obviously he's attracted to you. You've got the Ace of Wands here, and then there's definitely you have a at the very least you have a soul contract with this guy with the Lover's card here. All right, but this is also a choice card as well. Just because you have a soul contract with somebody doesn't mean that you need to be with them. Um, why is the Two of Pentacles here though? But it is at the very least saying that there's still a strong connection, at least in him, within him, whether or not you know he truly admits it or not. So there's two energies attached to the Two of Pentacles, no pun intended there, two for two. One of the energies is he's not sure, he's trying to gauge whether this is done. Like if he's kicking a dead horse, maybe. And I think he's feeling something out. Yeah, there's all these cards at the bottom, like some like, I mean, he can't sit still. This guy, he's very the energy that is here is very impulsive, very erratic. We got the Knight of Swords at the bottom, and then we got the Knight of Wands here as well. So he it's a very I can't sit still energy. But we get the Three of Pentacles here. This is like the him. I feel like it's him like feeling things out. Now in the past, he may have kept his options open here, but there is a little bit of there's a little bit of past energy connected to this card, but most of the energy is him kind of like feeling things out. So he's just kind of keeping it casual here with the Three of Pentacles. Um, for the most part, even if he said he loves you. Now, then we have the Nine of Cups. You know, there was fulfillment here for sure, at least once upon a time. But he's also been very selfish. He's definitely focused on his fulfillment. So there's two energies there. There's the part of him that you know he selfishly focused on what was fulfilling for him, but there's a part of that fulfillment that was connected to you. So I'm not gonna, and then we see where where he said the I love you came in. This is where the I love you came in. These three cards. So there's the Four of Wands. There's that committed energy from the past again showing up, and then we have the Knight of Cups. There's the emotion, and there's the Ace of Cups. The emotion is still there. So these two cards are saying that he still does have feelings for you, and technically the Nine of Cups is emotion as well, but it's kind of split. The energy is kind of split because some of it's, some there's a selfish element to it. Um, and it doesn't have to be selfish per se in a malicious way. I just want to be as neutral as possible. It just means that, you know, to some extent, every human being, we all have our needs. Every one of us has needs. And when our needs are not being met in a relationship, then we don't want to be in that relationship anymore, or we start complaining, we start making it known that, hey, I'm not happy, I'm not fulfilled anymore, it's not working anymore, like, and that's just being human. So you know on one hand, sure, I mean, I guess we could call it selfishness because it's like, yeah, I want what I want and I need what I need, you know to be in this relationship with you, and if my needs aren't getting met, then I'm not going to be happy and fulfilled, right? So, there's good selfish and there's bad selfish, right? And good selfish is like, yeah, uh, my needs are just as important as your needs. Bad selfish is my needs are the only needs that matter, and I don't care about what anybody else needs, right? Then you're a selfish person. Um, so when the reason I'm saying this is because there's a part of him that's just been focusing, this the part of the energy that's attached to this isn't a malicious selfishness. It's just more of a, yeah, I'm trying to get my needs met, like the way that I want to get my needs met. And, you know, but he's been pursuing it from the space of my needs come first. Like he's been trying to get his needs met first before he's reciprocating that, if that makes sense, right? Uh it's very hard to explain in this context because it's like it's not malicious, but you could interpret it as malicious, right? It's really just a matter of opinion. Like two different people could have two different it's two perspectives here. One person would say no, it's selfish. But then you could argue that perspective and say, well, but you have needs too. And so when you need something, is it selfish when you need something? And when your needs aren't getting met, you're not happy and you're unfulfilled. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's one of those debatable gray areas if it makes sense. So but the bigger point that I'm trying to make here is it's not malicious. Like it's not intentional. He's not like I'm here to get, I'm all about me. It's unconscious. It's just he's trying to get his needs met, um and that's his first priority because he doesn't know any different, right? And I'm not saying that that makes him a good person, but I'm going to say it makes him an unaware person because that's what most unaware people do. Most unaware people do just enough to get their foot in the door with somebody, and then once that person starts to invest, they take their foot off the gas and they wait for the other person to start meeting all their needs, right? Or maybe they're a little bit more awake, maybe they're a little bit more self-aware, and then it becomes transactional, which I write about in my book. Uh, and I write about it in here. There's four levels of love. Level When you're playing love at level 1, it's purely selfish, like a baby, like a newborn child, right? A newborn child has nothing to give you, but yet, you know, it's all about it's really selfish. It's surviving. It cries, it wants, it's like it has nothing to give you. That's level 1 love. It's just purely a taker energy. My needs come first, and I'm not here to give. It's just all about me. That's level 1. Level 2 is transactional, right? Which is I will give you something with the expectation of getting something in return. We give to get. That's level 2 love. Level 3 love is I will give love no matter what. Like I'm going to just give love because I want to. So we'll say semi unconditional love. Level 4 is like divine love. Level 4 love is like what I was talking about earlier with the story of Corey Ten Boom. And Corey Ten Boom, she went through hell, and then the person who was, the commander of or whatever rank they were, in control of the concentration camp she was in, her sister was killed, her husband was killed, and she tortured her and all these other people. That's level 4 love, is when you can forgive somebody who hates you, when you can forgive somebody who's hurt you, when you can forgive the person who's killing you, like Jesus hanging on the cross. Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. That's level 4 love, is when you can muster up the ability to love people that are abusing you, torturing you, murdering you, raping you, like that level of love, right? So this is the four levels of love. So he's at, you know, probably one or two, like again, unconsciously. I'm not judging this man, I don't know him, but I'm just unconsciously the energy of this card is I'm seeking my needs, and maybe I'll give something to get something, because that's just where he is in his spiritual awareness, if that makes sense. Okay. But it's very important for you to understand this for some reason, because you need to, there's something, there's information here that I'm giving you, that the divine wants you to start using your intuition and discernment for your own spiritual development. So, it's not so much about like it's more just like you're getting handed information, and the divine is kind of like allowing you. It's like when you have a baby and you're teaching them to swim, you get them the little floaties and you put them in the pool and they can kind of just sit there and float, because they get the little floaties on their arm. It's like that kind of thing where it's like, you know, the divine is kind of letting you, like, you, you know, kind of letting you swim by yourself for a second. So, you can practice your your own discernment and your own intuition in this situation here. So that's what's going on with that energy. These energies over here, down here that we talked about, are his emotions for you. Um, Now, this is a lot to do with the past, and there's a lot of stuff that's happened here. This whole line here, we got the Nine of Wands, the Eight of Cups, the Ten of Swords, and the Three of Swords sideways. This whole row has everything to do with things in the past and residual things in the present. So the Nine of Wands is the damage that's been done, the wounded warrior. So this is the damage that's been done between you guys, and it's tied to the Three of Swords sideways, saying that some things are behind you, but some things are not. Some things are forgiven, some things are not. Some things have been accounted for, some things have not been. In other words, this card is saying that there's still scars that have not gone away, and it's unsure and unclear if they will go away. And I think it just all depends upon what's possible, what can get healed, what can't get healed, and if this man is capable of bringing that energy to you. And if you brought it to him instead of him bringing it to you, how would he respond? Can he take accountability, or can he not take accountability? Um, the Ten of Swords is here. Uh, one of those wounds is betrayal for sure. But again, it's also tied to the the Two of Pentacles rather, and there's still this uncertainty of can this, could this be revisited? You know, and in the past, neither one of you was fulfilled. Both of your energies are showing up in the Eight of Cups. There's a dissatisfaction energy. This relationship ended for a reason. You walked away for a reason, or he did. There's a lack of fulfillment here. But there's also deeper here with the Lovers card showing up. There was a lack of there's a lack of self in the sense of spirituality. And what do I mean by that? People think that spirituality is like beliefs, religion, crystals, tarot cards, astrology. Like, the most spiritual thing that you'll ever do in life is come to know who the fuck you are. That's the most spiritual practice. It's learning who are you. It's answering the question, who am I? That is the most spiritual thing that anyone will ever do in this life, is answer that one question. Who am I? That's what we're all here to experience. That's what we're all here to learn. That's what we're all here to encounter. At the end of the day, spirituality begins with one question. Who am I? And it's from that question that everything else unfolds. And that's why most people's lives are completely backward, because they're not answering that question, and life doesn't teach us to. Life teaches us to live from the outside, looking at everything from the outside. Figure out who you are based on the external environment, the external world, external beliefs, external experiences, instead of answering the most important question, which is who am I? And so the Lover's card is what that represents. It's saying, who am I? And this man doesn't know that. He doesn't exist on that realm, that frequency. And so he's been wandering for a long time with this 8 of cups. And that possibility is still here. It's still within him. And that's why I spent so much time on the 9 of cups, is because he's searching for that 9 of cups, and every time he thinks he finds the 9 of cups, every time he thinks he finds it, he's like, well, that wasn't fulfilling, because he's spiritually bankrupt. And anybody who's spiritually bankrupt is lost in the void. And the void is anything that we give our time, money, energy, and resources, attention, affection. It's all the things that we do that we pour into. It's just a black hole. We think, oh, I'm going to go sleep with more people. I'm going to get another relationship. I'm going to get another job. I'm going to make more money. I'm going to get a better body. It's like all these things that we do, searching for that 9 of cups, searching for true happiness and true fulfillment. And there's no amount of sex, there's no amount of relationships, there's no man, there's no woman, there's no bank account, there's no external source of pleasure that can give you internal satisfaction and fulfillment that comes from your soul being connected to your divinity, to your spiritual truth, answering the question, who am I? And this man hasn't done that. So the paradox here is that on one hand, you have a soul contract with him, which is a very spiritual thing. But on the other hand, based on his free will decisions and choices, the way that he's fleshing out and living out his existence, he he's avoided his spirituality. And so he's going to continue to search and search and search and search for meaning, a sense of meaning and purpose and fulfillment, whether he's, you know, whether he's aware of it or not. And most people aren't. Most people are unconscious. They're purpose depressed and they're spiritually bankrupt, and they wander through life. They're just drifting through life, hoping, wishing, praying, thinking, trying everything to just latch onto something that they'll, you know, they can ride out their fulfillment with for as long as they can. It's like grabbing the metaphor, right? It's like getting, getting the juice for the squeeze, right? It's like they squeeze, you grab onto the next thing and you squeeze every drop out of that thing. And then when it's empty and it can't give you anything else because you squeezed out every last drop from that experience, you're empty again. It's like, well, now I got to go find the next thing that you could squeeze, and then until that's empty and that runs out. And most people, that's what they do their entire life. They just hop from one thing to the next thing to the next thing, just riding out, milking that thing until it's no longer fulfilling for them, and then move on to the next thing because they don't understand everything that I'm saying here. And so there's unresolved things here. There's attraction, there's chemistry. He does have feelings for you. And it's authentic. So just to be fair to him, just to be completely fair to him, it's real. He has true feelings for you. Ace of Cups and the Knight of Cups, backed up with the Four of Wands. It is true. He really does care about you. Well, I don't know if I could say care, but he has feelings for you. I have to be careful with my words here. That could be a misinterpretation. He has true feelings for you. He does have feelings for you, and he is attracted to you. You definitely get his wand. I mean, you make the wand work for him. So he can't not, because again, you have this soul contract. Like, he's always going to be drawn to you. You're just one of those energies. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, if you live, however long you live, for as long as you both are alive, this man cannot be in your presence and not have a pull towards you, an attraction for you, whether he understands it, whether he's consciously fully aware of it, all those things, it didn't matter. But the truth inside of him is that is the truth. He's always going to be pulled towards you no matter how far in life And that's true of all of us, by the way. There's certain people, certain exes, certain people, certain family members, or certain even even animals. You can have a relationship with an animal that you never have another relationship with that animal with any other animal like that specific animal. And I know people who've had those relationships, you know. So it's not just human beings that we can have, soul contracts with. You can have a soul contract with a pet, but you know the difference. And if it's a human and you ever cross paths with that human again, doesn't matter how many years later, you'll still feel that energy. You still feel it there. Something. It doesn't matter what they did to you. It doesn't matter how it ended or why it ended. And so, in your case, this is very much the case between you and him. But again, just because I'm saying that doesn't mean that it's healthy. Doesn't mean that you should, or take the apple. Doesn't mean you should bite the apple or take the apple. It just means that there is a connection there, and it does mean that for at least for him, he does feel emotions for you. And so let me grab this card. So this card says being blind. You refuse to see the truth about the matter. Take a step back and look at it with open eyes. So there was something about the situation that isn't clear to you. And there's the stubbornness energy is causing you to not see it, which is why surrender to stubbornness is here. But there's also his energy is also attached to that. So you're both mirroring each other, which is the Lover's card here. Also, you're both reflecting uh, something back to one another. So at the very least, you have an opportunity to investigate what that could be for you, regardless of whether or not anything reformulates with this man or not. I don't know, but at the very least, there's a clue here that something about this man, and especially that it's your ex and it's coming back again, because again, this applies to the 9 universal year that you're in, which is all about closure, closing out chapters, learning everything that you need to learn from the last 9 years or whatever. So this thing is coming back to you, and it's giving you one last chance to look at it and expect it, or inspect it rather, and extract the lesson from it, so you can go, oh, I got it now. I see it. I see the thing that this relationship is mirroring back to me that I need to change within myself, so that I can actually call in the thing that is meant for me at the very least. And if that's him figuring his shit out and it's supposed to be with him, then that will reveal itself to you. But if it's not him and it's not meant to be him, then at least you got the treasure from him that you were needing to get, so you can click that piece of that puzzle piece into place, so that as you move into 2026, you can transform that thing inside of you that's been, you know, kind of the bottleneck from keeping the new thing from coming in. So at the very least, there's something here about this relationship. It's meant to teach you something powerful and profound, so that you can learn it, and you can integrate it. Um, it's There's a reflection here. At the very least, there's a reflection here. Now, to be neutral, a little bit more neutral for you, there is there is a chance, and I'm just being completely honest with you, and I would never lead you into a minefield, my friend. You know that. There is a with the 3 of Pentacles, the 4 of Wands, and these cards here, and just the energy that I feel, there's a chance that, depending on a lot of variables, most of which are whatever you decide, whatever you choose, and whatever he chooses, and whether it's all done in good conscience, and it's in alignment with what is honest and fair and true, there is an opportunity with this Three of Pentacles for, you know, for you guys to potentially revisit the idea of what it could potentially, that's a key word, I keep using it intentionally on purpose, the potential, the key word is the potential of something could form under the proper circumstances, if you guys can agree on it. If you can put all your cards out on the table, no pun intended, if you can put all your cards out on the table, if you can be honest, if you can talk about what didn't work in the past, if you can talk about what did work in the past, if you guys can hold space for each other, be real with each other, be honest with each other, talk about what you need moving forward, what's going to work for you, what's not going to work for you, what your expectations are, what your boundaries are. Like if you can just completely do all of that from a healthy place, then there's an opportunity here that you could start something. In other words, it's not doomed to fail per se, but it's just it's up to you to decide what the value is. That's going back to the Two of Pentacles. You're going to have to decide, what is this worth, right? You have to juggle it and say, hey, the value of anything is the amount of life I'm willing to exchange for it. Well, what's the value of this to you? And are you willing, do you see the value in whatever he is and whoever he is and whatever he brings to you? Is that valuable enough for you to go to consider doing all of that? Putting that type of effort into it, um, having those conversations, and you know, in seeing what he's capable of doing and how he's capable of showing up, which you may already know, that you may not, I don't know. Obviously, you know more about your ex than I do, but all that to say, my friend, I just have to be real in saying that it's not completely doomed to fail. There's an opportunity here. I'm going to say 25, 30%. I know that doesn't sound like a lot because of all the majority of the history, but it's a seed. The Three of Pentacles here, it's a small, and it's something positive that could be multiplied, which is why the Three of Pentacles is there. But it's not going to happen by chance. It's effort. That's what the Three of Pentacles. It's coming together and working together, working on it intentionally to build something. And if you can agree, you can't collaborate, that 25, 30% that could be built into something, it'll never see the light of day. So um I know that's a lot, but I always love your readings, Gina. I always love your readings because they're 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 challenging in a way, but it's also because I learn so much from the messages that come through, and I always go back and I always re-listen to them. In fact, I was listening to uh, I was listening to a message. I was listening back through some of the lives because I go back and I'll take snips of the lives, um, things that stick out to me, and I'm like, well, that was I learned a lot. So going back through when I can pay attention as a viewer, not as the doer, I'll go back and I'll re-listen to things that were profound to me. And your readings are always profound. Like I always end up going back and taking snips from a lot of your readings because you know they're 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 very profound spiritually. And so you know that's actually a compliment to you, because you're a very spiritual person. And you know deep down, I sense that you take your spiritual journey a lot more serious than most people do. Like most people just show up here and they get their free reading, and I could, you know, I could call down the heavens and the Ten Commandments and like Jesus and God and everyone could show up here and the angels could fill the room and I could start channeling every mystery of the universe to people. And they'd be like, "That's great, Eddie. Thanks. I don't give a fuck. Just give me my reading. Just tell me about what's going to happen to my boyfriend and I." It's like, some people just don't. They're just here to get their answers, and that it is what it is, and that's fine. I'm not judging those people, but there is something rare and unique about someone who takes their spiritual growth and personal development serious. And because you take it serious, you get, the divine speaks to you seriously. You take it serious, the divine speaks to you serious. You get messages because you're open to messages. You want it. You're ready. You're like the open vessel. It's like, yeah, I'm here for it. Like, give me all the things. And so the divine is like, all right, you value it, you want it, you get the things. And and I feel that energy when it comes through me, but it's just really cool because I always go back and I listen and I'm like, there's some profound shit that comes through that I go back and listen to, and then I have to think about it because a lot of times it applies to things that I've gone through. But anyways, I hope that makes sense. I know that was I don't know um, I don't know if that's that helps you at all and if that answers any of your questions, but I know that the divine is is wanting to assist you in flexing your spiritual muscles because you're way more powerful than you think, than you even know, and you have a spiritual power. And it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter. It's just all that matters is that you're accessing it and you're working on it. And, you know, we can all come into our power at any time. So I appreciate you, my friend, and thank you. Thank you for being here. You're always super patient and you always hang out forever. And I'm definitely glad that our paths have crossed, and I'm definitely excited to see what's going to come up for you this year because I have a feeling that you're going to be very surprised by what's coming up for you. Okay, Kaiser Mingo did donate. So I get scared it's getting so accurate. Well, that's just because you're, like I said, that's just because you're ready to receive it. The divine's like, hey, she wants it. She's open to it. She's gonna get the truth because she wants the truth. And because you want the truth, it can set you free. All right. While you ask your question, Kaiser Mingo, interesting name. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. While you ask your question, I am going to go to the bathroom for 2 seconds here. I'm going to think about your question. I have to pee like a racehorse. What's Erica' current thoughts and feelings after seeing me today? And what does she truly want from me? Okay. So give me just 2 seconds. I appreciate your patience. I'll be right back. Just got to empty my bladder. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I appreciate it. Sorry, my bladder was full when I started the reading, and I was like, I think I can wait. And then it just got worse and worse and worse, and I was like, why do I do this? Then I start, and then I can't stop. All right, so let's start with this. We're going to take a look at uh, let's start by looking at their energy. I'm going to look at a few different angles here. We'll start here. No way. You never wash the goodness off your hands. It's the golden glory. Never wash off the golden glory. That's what makes the cards work. All right. Okay. So you had contact. You had a meeting or contact with Erica. So let's start there. How does Erica feel? All right, we got the Five of Cups. So she's feeling sad. She's feeling remorseful. She's feeling maybe guilty or ashamed. She's definitely feeling the absence or the loss here. We got the Two of Swords. Obviously, you guys had some type of disagreement, or you guys weren't. There's a few energies attached to the Two of Swords. You guys were either had some type of disagreement. Um, it won't make you have the Midas touch. It doesn't work that way. How do you know, Gene? I might have the Midas touch. Well, I can definitely say my wand definitely does not have the Midas touch. Nothing that my wand has touched has ever turned to gold. So I can tell you that. Maybe a little TMI, but you asked for it. So, so there's two energies attached to the Two of Swords, and the the first and obvious energy that's attached to the Two of Swords is that there's obviously something that happened between you guys, some type of disagreement, something that happened in the past. But there's also a second energy in the past attached to this, which is some type of denial. So she's kind of represented by the woman here with the blindfold. And so there's a truth because in tarot, the swords are represent truth. Like you got the Ace of Swords, which is the Ace of Truth, the Sword of Truth, not the Ace of Truth, the Sword of Truth. And so here, there's two truths. There's your truth and there's her truth. Or you could say two perspectives. Your perspective is your truth. Her perspective is her truth. But they're not getting along. But she's kind of in denial of either. So in other words, she's not really looking at her side, but she's not looking at your side either. And that's where the problem is. And because she's not looking at what's real, she's kind of in denial. And if I had to guess, based on human behavior, the reason that she's in denial is because she's so focused on how she feels. So she's caught up in her feelings, not in her, not so much in trying to understand the reality of what happened. So let's so but when she does think about the situation, she's kind of got a victim's mentality, or she feels stuck, she feels trapped. She's telling herself a story. And so what you'll notice here, and this is a very common pattern, in tarot, when people that are usually stuck in the Two of Swords are oftentimes stuck in the Eight of Swords too. And what you'll notice is it's the same person. The woman here that has the blindfold on is the same woman here that has the blindfold on. The only difference is depending on depending on the deck of cards. So let me grab uh, my other deck. Maybe this card will have, maybe this deck will have it. Depending on the deck that you have, and I'm just pointing this out to you because it's important for you to see, understand. Let's see. Yeah. So in this two of swords, she's actually got the swords in her hands. This woman's still blindfolded, but she's holding both swords, meaning that again, there's two truths. Two truths can exist, but she's not seeing either one clearly. Well, eventually, when this energy starts to grow and spiral out of control, it becomes this energy. Now, she doesn't have the swords in her hands, and instead, she's tied up. But there's still all these truths around her. And so instead of two truths, because it's two swords, there's eight truths because this is the Eight of Swords. And so there's literally eight different possibilities, eight different perspectives, eight ways for her to get out of her own way. So she's basically put herself in a mental prison here by creating a narrative and a story about what happened, what it means, and all these things. And basically, there's all these other truths, all these other perspectives that she hasn't taken into account. In other words, she's not seeing the big picture here with the with the other what the other swords are indicating here. Um, and so I'm just trying to give you as detailed of a reading as I can about where she's at, what's going on inside of her, to the best of my abilities to read another human being's energy. There is a part of her that is feeling well, there's a few energies attached to this. One is a feeling of excitement because the Four of Wands has to do with a homecoming energy, like a celebration. Like so, when she saw you, there's a part of her inside of herself that lit up when she saw you, and there's a part of her that is still connected to some form of commitment or at least the idea of some type of commitment with you. So I don't know what your relationship is with her or to her, or how far, how much investment you had with her, so on and so forth. I don't know all those details about your relationship, but you know, this is an indication that, at least from her perspective, there was some form of commitment between you two. And she's still carrying that inside of her. And she was excited when she saw you, which probably amplified what she's feeling, which is this loss and this grief. And so that takes us to the bottom of the deck, which is pretty clear. We have the Hermit card, which is this just basically she's in reflection mode. Like she's self-reflecting, she's kind of isolating herself, and she's in her mind. She's thinking about this constantly. And then you got the Six of Cups, which is about the past. So she's replaying whatever happened again and again in her mind. She's thinking about the past. She's thinking about the memories. Like all this stuff is going on. So and she's really, this Two of Swords energy is also representing kind of like she feels split. She feels one side of her feels there's this negative thinking, the negativity, the stories that she's telling herself, the negative shit going through her mind. That's one side, but the other side is the happy side. So it's like, you know, she's replaying both. in her mind. She's remembering the good times, and then she's remembering the conflict and the bad times. And right now, she's more focused on the loss and the bad times because we got more negative cards out here than positive cards. And like this Five of Cups here, there are these two cups back here, and cups just represent emotion, feelings, and emotions. So they're the two that are standing up, which is tied, which is the positive side, the happy feelings, the good feelings. That's tied to this Four of Wands. And then there's the three that are knocked over that this person, the figure in this artwork is staring at. And ironically, in the background, there's this person drowning in the river, and they're so caught up. This person is so caught up in their grief and their loss over what happened that they're not paying attention to the person that's drowning in the background, which is just essentially saying that they're not considering, she's probably not considering your feelings as much as she's experiencing her own. That doesn't make her a bad person, that just makes her human. You know, I'll give you an example. It's like if your hand and her hand were on the inside of a door and someone slams the door shut on your fingers and her fingers at the same time because both of your hands are in that door, whose pain are you going to be focused on? When that door smashes your fingers and it smashes her fingers, whose pain are you going to be focused on? Are you going to be focused on your pain, or are you going to be focused on her finger's pain? Right? It's like you're probably going to be focused on your pain because your fingers are going to be throbbing. And so that's what's happening here is it's not malicious, but she's focused on on her own pain right now. So that's kind of what's going on within her. But let's take a look at some other things. Let's get a kind of like the overall energy of the situation. Whatever other details want to come out here, and then I'll look at kind of what the potential is, what the outcome could be, or what might happen as a result of this meeting or this meetup or this running into each other. So we have the patience card has come out, and there's a couple of energies attached to this. Uh, your energy, your energy and her energy is attached to it. So one is saying this is going to take time to really unfold. So patience is needed here. Now the trust card came out, but it was wanting to go out kind of in reverse, which is saying that there's a lack of trust between you two right now. It didn't come out all the way, but it was starting to go out that way. It kind of came out diagonal, but it was more in reverse than not. So there's trust issues between you guys, essentially. And besides the patience element of the patience card, there's also a timing element with this hourglass being here. It's saying that this is probably going to, that something could unfold, but there's also, you guys need to give each other time, uh, potentially to heal from whatever's happened in the past if something more were to develop, but also time to really understand what's going on here because I don't feel like either one of you really understands what the hell happened here. And most people don't. Most people, a fight happens, conflict happens, and whatever the thing was that triggered the fight usually begins to deviate away and away and away. It's like you started the argument or the conflict here because of something that was said or done. And by the time the conflict ends, you're way the hell over here off somewhere else. And you're not even fighting about the thing that was originally the real issue. It's like it spiraled into something else. So then it went over here and then went over there. The next thing you're way the hell off some other place. And then you're like, what were we even fighting about? What was the original issue? Like most people don't even remember, don't even know what happened. It's just something happened, and next thing you know, you're fighting and the relationship blows up. So there's an element of that in this energy. Now, you're obviously thinking about each other. We got the daydream card here, and that's feedbacking off the Six of Cups, which is past energy, nostalgia, memories, thinking about you're on each other's mind. We have the rejection here. I think you both are feeling rejected by the other person. She's feeling rejected and unworthy of you. And I feel like there's a part of you that's feeling rejected as well. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the mirror. There's the self worth card right there. Everything I just said. So it's triggering some type of a self worth wound inside of her at the very least. We have security. This is what, uh, deep down, this is what she wants. I think it's what you want as well. But then you have this, the red flags. Now, red flags, and underneath the red flags, we have communication. And then underneath that, we have differences. And I think that's just where you guys both feel like you are right now. No contact, not talking. We're just different. We're the rejection, all the things, the stories. So let's talk about the red flags for a second. Red flags is an overgeneralized term, in my opinion, when it comes to relationships, because a lot of times what people think are red flags are just people's nervous system responses. In other words, it's just being human. Like a real red flag, in my opinion, is something that somebody either does intentionally, like maliciously, they're doing something intentionally, like you can see them doing it. It's like, okay, you're doing this on purpose and it's harmful. Like that's a red flag. Or there's the complete extreme opposite, where somebody is so careless, even if they're not intending to hurt you, you can see how that they're being extremely careless. It's like, hey, I know you're not trying to hurt me or hurt other people, but you're being completely careless right now. And because of your carelessness, that could cause somebody harm. And so there's that mentality of the people who just don't give a shit, that are they're not necessarily intending to hurt anyone, but it's like, you know, you're reckless and careless with your heart and your life and your decisions. You need to start being aware that your careless and reckless decisions can have consequences on other people, even if you don't intend them to. So that could be a red flag. But a lot of times, what people are calling red flags is just another human being having a nervous system. And we all have a nervous system, and we all go into self preservation, and we all get triggered. Every single human being is going to do one of three things: fight, flight, or freeze when they're triggered. And most people have trauma. Most people have experienced something that's inside of them that they're unaware of, that needs to be healed, that hasn't been healed. And that's what they're bringing to the table, which is why I say when you choose a person, you choose a set of problems, and everybody has problems. So choose your set of problems wisely. What set of problems can you comfortably tolerate? And that's what a relationship is. A relationship is just a set of problems that you're willing to tolerate. And if you can tolerate that person's problems and they can tolerate your problems, that's the baseline. That's the baseline beginning. And then you get to move up from there. You get to work your way up and say, okay, well, if we can tolerate each other's problems, you know, now we can see if we're compatible. Do we have values, and do all these other things align? But most people do it backwards. Most people are relating based off of compatibility first. Oh, do we have things in common? Do we feel the same way? Do we believe the same way? And it doesn't matter. There's no amount of compatibility. There's no amount of love. There's no amount of care. There's no amount of having things in common that are going to override your nervous system. Your nervous system is always going to win all the time for most people. 99% of people who don't do the work, who don't understand human behavior, who don't understand their triggers, they don't understand their wounds, they don't understand their trauma, and they're not doing a damn thing to understand it or to heal it, their nervous system is going to win all the time. I have never met a single human being ever that when they showed up on their wedding day and they were looking the person that they loved, they genuinely love, they looked that person in the eye and they say their vows, I love you, for better or worse, forever and ever, till death do us part, and they mean it. On their wedding day, they mean it. They married that person, they love that person, and they mean it. I've never met a person who went to their wedding, showed up on their wedding day, looked their partner in the eye, and said, "One day I'm going to divorce you. One day I'm going to treat you like you're my mortal enemy. One day I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to take everything I can from you. I'm going to get into a crazy heated legal battle with you. I'm going to cheat on you. I'm going to try to rip your kids away from you. I'm going to try to make your kids hate you. And one day, you know what? I'm going to hate you. I'm going to hate you. And in this moment, I love you. You're the best thing. I can't imagine my life without you. I want to live with you forever. But one day I'm going to hate your guts. I've never met never once met a couple who showed up on their wedding day and said that. But yet, that's exactly what happens to most marriages and most relationships. How did we get there? How did you go from, I can't live my life without you, I love you more than anything, to, I hate your fucking guts and I hope you rot in hell? How'd you get there? It's very simple. Your nervous system. And it doesn't matter how much love, how much connection, how much care. Your nervous system is going to win every fucking single time. And that's what people bring into the table. They're bringing their nervous systems to the table. They don't know how to regulate. They don't know anything about it. And so they trauma all over each other. And your nervous system can only take so much trauma from somebody, whether they intended to traumatize you or not, before your nervous system is done. And then your nervous system checks out. And then your nervous system basically recruits your ego, which is there to protect you, and says, hey, they're a threat. This person is not for us. They don't love us. They're a threat. They're trying to harm us. And we have to protect ourselves from this person at all costs. And that's what happens. And so the person that was our ally becomes our villain. And so it's a huge, huge, huge misunderstanding of what red flags are, because of everything that I just said, is that people just don't understand that most of what we are calling red flags is just being human. And there's a beauty in that, in the sense that if you can have compassion and grace and understanding for yourself and for the people that you're in a relationship with, then there can be a level of understanding, because now you go, they're not evil. They're just trying to protect themselves from being hurt. And that's what she's doing. So everything that I just said, and you're like, okay, dude, I just came here to pay for my fucking reading. I just, just tell me the things that I came here to ask you for. Why are you telling me all this stuff? Well, the reason I'm telling you all this stuff is to empower you, because in the event that there's an opportunity for this to happen, which is communication, you'll have a perspective that she doesn't currently have. And the perspective that you could have is, okay, I have something that I can think about now. Maybe I could look at this from a different perspective than the one that I had. And that I can be the bigger person and feel good about the person that I am being, regardless of what she does or doesn't do. But if she does come back around and I'm leading the relationship from the place of compassion, then she might choose to open up and see things differently herself, because she'll realize, wait, there's something beautiful about accountability and responsibility and ownership. especially when it's coming from a place of I'm not trying to manipulate you or get anything from you. It's I'm just genuinely taking responsibility and accountability for the fact that I'm human and I'm sorry that my humanness, my humanity hurt you. It's not an excuse, but I caused you pain. And that was not my intention because I care about you. And this is all assuming that you care about this woman. I don't know. I assume that part of you cares about her. You came here and asked a question. You paid for a reading. There's some part of you that's at least curious to know. She obviously has feelings for you because she's feeling it currently. She's hurt. And there's got this Four of Wands here. Um, let's look at the next thing. So give me some potential outcome energy here. Is this just done or is there something more here? Okay, yeah, we have mentorship here. So this is saying that basically there's definitely, at the very least, something to be learned here, but it's also saying that this could probably potentially be worked through, but it might require some guidance or assistance. And if you're unsure, we have synchronicity. The synchronicity is here just basically saying, hey, if you want to know the truth will find you, the messages will find you. If you really, and you're receiving these messages now. And a synchronicity can just be a sensation that you feel inside of yourself. It's like, do I want to be with this person? Do I want, is it worth the effort to go back to this person or put effort back into this? The synchronicity card is saying that you already know the answer to that. If you get past the hurt feelings and if you get past the stuff that you're probably telling yourself in your own mind, and the same goes for her, there's an opportunity here. And so then we have the zodiac, and this is basically just saying essentially that, you know, you guys were, you know, you guys met for a reason. This wasn't just a casual, like you were meant to meet each other. At the bottom of the deck, we have destiny. That's confirmation. So you, at the very least, you meant to have a lesson, but I think it's more than that. What else is there? Yeah, there's something about this relationship that was intended to pull you guys out of your previous your previous beliefs about love and relationship, and because at your best, you guys could have done some really cool shit together. We got the void in reverse. So this just represents unfulfillment. The things that you do, the places, the things, the people, places, things is that we invest our energy into that give us nothing in return. There's no return on the emotional or energetic investment when we put stuff into the void. Then you have scarcity. This is the fear, which goes right back to the self-worth card at the bottom of the deck. Fear that I'm not good enough, fear that no one will love me, fear that I'll never find anybody, whatever the fear is, there's scarcity. This is the only person. I'll never meet anyone like this again. I'll be alone forever. And then we have cycles. And this is just saying, yeah, this is, you know, essentially it's just a pattern. It's just a loop. It's going in a cycle here. But you can break the cycle. You can change it. Now, you can't make this shit up. Right underneath the unknown card, which I'm going to talk about this in just a second, there's the literal patterns card. So this is just confirmation of everything I just set out here. We have the letting go card, which is the Five of Cups card there for her. So there's the letting go energy, and it's, feedbacking right off that Five of Cups there. And then recovery is underneath that. So, you know, you're both basically in a place of, if you let this go, you can let it go. She can let it go. You can just, hey, what's done is done, and you can go focus on your healing. or you can write a new story. So the energy that's on this unknown card, there's two energies attached to it. There's a story that hasn't been written, and it's up to you to decide if you want to write it. In other words, it's a blank page, and whatever you write, whatever you decide is what you write. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a blank page. Your decision is the pen. Your decision is the pen. And whatever you decide is what gets written on the blank page. You can leave, you can walk away. What's done is done. It is what it is. Or I don't want it to be done. I care about this person. I want to do something else. I want a different story. The divine is saying you can create a different story if you want it. But you also have to be realistic of what that's going to entail, because these patterns are here. And with that mentorship card there, it's saying the divine is basically telling you that where you are right now, and this is just me keeping it real with you, my friend. This isn't me judging you, be criticizing you. I'm just the messenger, by the way. But I have to tell you the fucking truth. I'm not going to lie to you. The patterns and the cycles energy with the mentorship card here is the divine saying, you and her, you can't figure this out by yourself. You don't understand this stuff enough. You don't understand yourselves enough. You don't understand the other. She doesn't understand herself enough to really know what to do. You don't understand yourself enough to know what you need to do. But if you guys can set your pride aside and you could come together and you could get somebody to help you understand what it is that you need, what she needs, understand your triggers, she understands her triggers, and you guys can work through the past or whatever happened, there's an opportunity here for that whatever you want with this unknown card here. You can create something. Something totally new could happen here. So it's not, there's an element of something potential, something more could occur for you. I'm going to ask this deck specifically to see if it'll tell me what that future potential outcome could be. And then I'm going to pull two cards over here for you because it's your reading. Right, set that aside. That's just saying to focus on what you can control and be positive. Is essentially what that card means. All right, Temperance. That's an awesome card to get for the future potential outcome. Temperance is all about balance, harmony, peace, moderation. It's basically working through things, working things out in a way that's peaceful and harmonious between both of you. And it's a major. And the majors are kind of like life-changing outcomes, life-changing decisions. Then you have Justice, another major. So this is two cards of balance. So that's really powerful. This is truth, honesty, clarity, but it's also a card of balance because Lady Justice holds the scales. And it's the scales of love and truth. Love without truth is cruelty, and truth without love is irresponsibility. And so it's bringing those two things together with temperance and these two angels, by the way, you have these two angels here representing your best self, your highest self. So if you bring your best self and she brings her best self, and you're both working towards the same goal here, then balance can be restored, both literally, metaphorically, practically, emotionally. Like you can bring balance and harmony into this across the board, and you can set things right because that's what justice does. It sets things correct, sets things right, which is fair for both of you. You can't make this shit up. Now you have three major arcanas. You got strength. Strength It's courage and compassion, and it's spiritual growth. It's strength. Your relationship can come back stronger than it was before. You will both be more compassionate, more understanding, and more courageous. But at the bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Pentacles, which is it's going to take work. It's going to take effort. And you, again, with the mentorship card here, you won't be able to do it by yourself. So this isn't something you're going to go back and call her or whatever, and text your way like, okay, like let's do this again. It's like it's going to take intentional effort. But if you do it, it could turn into something powerful and beautiful because all that energy is here. All right, so let's take a look at, let's pull one of these cards for you. All right, surrender to joy. So this is what the divine is telling you to do in the meantime. So in other words, regardless of what you decide to do, regardless of what you take away from this reading, maybe you do something with it, maybe you don't do something with it, it doesn't matter. This is what the divine is saying. A key to positive change in your life is to let joy in and savor it. Indulge in random acts of smiling during both the hard and easy times. Keep surrendering to more joy. So it's just saying to focus on positivity. And that's what I was saying with when this card came out. It's like saying, hey, just, focus on keeping yourself out of this negative energy. Don't spiral like she's spiraling. Like focus on staying positive and solution oriented. Be a growth oriented and a solution oriented person. Like every problem has a solution. There's no such thing as a problem that doesn't have a solution or an answer. You just have to focus on, okay, what can I control and what solutions within myself. And if I don't end up with this person or don't go back to this person, or if it's whatever's done is done, then I can take the lesson that I've learned from this experience, apply it to my life, become a better person. And, you know, it's your energy, your vibe that's will attract the next person. And then at the bottom of the deck, it says surrender to stubbornness. So basically, that part of any part of you that's still being stubborn and hurt because of whatever happened, the divine is saying, hey, you might want to let that go too. And then I get one more of these cards over here for you, since everybody's getting one of these tonight. And then I'll ask Melissa. I'll ask. I'll pull a couple cards for Melissa to see if the cards will say if your if your son will get the driver's license. Vicious cycle. You were stuck in a pattern that you can't escape. Change one thing at a time until everything shifts. So this card is triple confirmation of the patterns in the cycle. And so again, it's just saying what we've already discussed. It's crazy to me that this came out of all the cards that are in this deck. You got like triple, quadruple confirmation that it's just a pattern. It's just a cycle that you've been in with this person, but it can be fixed. But you're going to need help fixing it if you decide to do anything moving forward with this person. She doesn't have the skills and tools, and you don't have the skills and tools to do it yourselves. That's why the mentorship card is here. And that's why surrender to stubbornness at the bottom of the deck, saying, don't be all macho and prideful and egotistical and, oh, I can do this, I can figure it out, we don't need any help, we don't need any. It's like, no, swallow your pride. If you care about the person, and if, again, this is all, this is all up to you what you do or not do. Find somebody, find a coach, a relationship coach, and that can help you guys overcome uh, the cycles and the patterns and get on the same page if that's what you want. And that's, of course, assuming she would want the same thing. That's all assuming she wants to do the same thing, which I think she does. She would. If you approached it in a way, if you communicated with her and reached out to her, I think with that Four of Wands being there, I think that she would be open to it. especially because these cards wouldn't have come out if she wasn't. Temperance, Justice, and Strength, these cards, and the Daydreamer card, thinking about you, like all those cards would those energies wouldn't be there if she wasn't still interested in you. So, but it's up to you what you do. That's why that unknown card was there. It's up to you what you decide what you do. You have free will, as we all do. Mm. All right. 3 quick cards for Melissa. Her kid's gonna get the driver's license. Actually, let's ask these. These actually have yes and no cards. And I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. I am going to be wrapping it up. I'll pull these cards for Melissa, and then I'm off to sleep. Will not be here until 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever time. But I should be back. Maybe again before the weekend or by the weekend. Maybe, I don't know. And if not, maybe next week. I got a lot of time off coming up. Hmm. All right, let's see. You are very, very welcome. You are welcome. Thank you for being here. And for those of you that are still here, uh, like and subscribe. Put the notification bell on so you're notified when I go live so you guys won't miss out. All right. For Melissa's son, he going to get the driver's license. Is he going to do it? Yes. Strong yes. There's 2 yeses in this deck. One has the exclamation, one does not. And it's the very first card that came out. And there's all these cards in this deck. And you got the yes card. You can't make that shit up. And look, bottom of the deck, perfect timing. So, Melissa, your son will be getting the driver's license to according to the cards. Happy ending. And we all drive off into the sunset with Melissa's son driving. We all drive off into the sunset and live happily ever after. And on that note, appreciate you all hanging out with me tonight. I am off to go to sleep. Appreciate you all being here. Hope to see you all again. Gene, thank you so much for being here as always. Thank everybody for hanging out. Merry Christmas to you, Melissa. Happy New Year's and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's to anybody else. If I don't see you or hear from you before, be safe. And if you missed the beginning of this reading, once it's posted, go back and check out the beginning. There's some juicy stuff there for everybody at the beginning. I might snip it out and just repost it as its own separate reading. I don't know. We'll see. But Gina, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm sure I will be in touch with you as well, hearing from you. But as I said, if I don't see you guys, which I probably will at least one more time between now and Christmas. Obviously, I can't promise anything, but I'm going to try to be here at least one more time. But if not, Merry Christmas. And love you guys. Be safe out there. And I will talk to you all on the next one.